There are a few more people in the room today, so before I start, I just want to check. Can everyone hear me okay at the back? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Because there are more of us, I just want to make my usual reminder just to the parties to use the microphones, please, and if we can try and not manipulate them too much so as they stand up to the rigours of the day. And if everyone can ensure their mobile phones are turned off or at least to silent. Thank you. Today we'll be hearing from Dr. Dargey, and we've allotted the whole day to hear Dr. Dargey's evidence, but the programme that we agreed amongst the parties is that we would complete Dr. Dargey's evidence today, and so I very much hope that we can do that, because that would have implications for the rest of the schedule we've agreed if we can't do so. So unless there are no other matters to raise before we start of a procedural nature, then I can pass on to Mr. Campbell.
Sir. Try again. Thank you. Good morning. If we do run through Dr. Dargey's evidence in less than today, I have a backup witness if you want to take that just to fill the day up. Doesn't seem very likely, but nevertheless. Sir, unusually, in presenting a witness for the opposition, I'm going to ask you to put Dr. Dargey on oath. The reason for doing that is that his credibility is seriously challenged in the evidence in chief, and at one point it's possible to read into that challenge an imputation of dishonesty or attempted dishonesty. Clearly, we take that seriously, and we think we should try to put it beyond the discussion. So my respectful request to you is that you put Dr. Dargey on oath before he gives his evidence.
Ms. Wilson, do you have any comments on that suggestion?
Well, sir, it's a matter for my learned friend as to whether or not he wants to take that step. Okay, Mr. Campbell, I think we'd like to discuss that just for a moment or two, if you'll give us some time.
Application is unusual. I didn't give you notice of it in advance because I didn't reach a view myself until I'd reread some of the evidence yesterday evening. However, that is my application. Whether you grant it, of course, is a matter for you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell. We're not minded to accept that request. It's quite an unusual step, and we would only do it in a limited number of circumstances. But also, the equivalent witnesses for the applicant, their evidence wasn't heard under oath. We are concerned about an imbalance, if that's the right word, in terms of the context then in which we would have heard both the two sets of witnesses. Had this suggestion been made at the start of the inquiry, then we maybe could have given it greater consideration. Ultimately, we're not convinced it's necessary in order to allow us to proceed. So our view is that we should just proceed without taking Dr. Dargie's evidence under oath.
Very well, sir. I entirely accept that. And can I introduce then Dr. Dargie to the inquiry? Dr. Dargie, good morning. If you press the button in the middle of the microphone, just leave it on. You should have in front of you your precognition, an inquiry report with 3 annexes, and not Coul's first and second objections with relative annexes. Do you have all those documents?
I do. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you very much. May I ask you to start then by reading your precognition?
My name is Thomas Dargie. I have a BSc in Botany and Geography and a PhD in Plant Ecology, plus a diploma in Vegetation Survey. I've been a full-time ecologist since 1969. I appear as an expert witness to provide evidence of impacts on ecology, hydrology, the water environment, and ecohydrology at Coul. Ecohydrology is the study of interactions between species, habitats, and the water environment. I am aware of my duty to the public examination. I've been an independent environmental consultant since 1988. Prior to consultancy, I taught and researched in the University of Sheffield between 1971 and 1988. I have publications in international peer-reviewed journals, which are still cited. My skills are habitat survey and associated monitoring to quantify reliably environmental change over time via repeat work and research. My work usually uses the UK National Vegetation Classification, known as the NVC. I'm acknowledged as an expert on UK sand dune habitats. I've published books and written articles on UK dune vegetation. These are cited in official guidance. I am a co-author of the UK MACA Habitat Action Plan. My past projects were mainly large site surveys, site monitoring, national scale inventories, and EIA inputs. I work to the professional and ethical standards set out by the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, CIEM, and its precursor, IEM. 6 years ago, I reduced my consultancy to around 30% of my working time, and have used those funds to support personal environmental research, which is now my main occupation and recreation. I bring some of the research to this inquiry. Part was published by SNH in 2017, covering Morwick Moor within the Dornoch Firth and Lockfleet Ramsar site. Locally, I am researching change in sand dunes and salt marsh resulting from sea level rise, long-term tidal cycles, and changing rainfall. I'm pioneering new methods for relating wetland habitats to their hydrological controls, suitable for tracking environmental change using spatial modelling. I've known Coul Links since 1988. I provided a 1994 survey of its vegetation to Scottish Natural Heritage, SNH, as part of the SNH Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland, which is abbreviated to SDV-SS. That project required 5 years to cover the maca and dune resources of Scotland's coast.
Can I ask you, did you carry out that survey yourself, or was it as part of a team?
All field work was mine, but at base there was a team to cope with the digital data capture for the project.
Sure.
I live 1 kilometre from one entrance to the Coul site. I've been a recreational user of the area for more than 30 years. I offered my help to the local Not Cool opposition group in 2016 after receiving no response to a letter I wrote to the applicant, then Bandon Dunes Golf Resort. By that stage, I had detected initial evidence of likely extensive habitat change occurring at Coul. A year earlier, I had detected major change at Morwick Moor SSSI in work for SNH. I was asked to become chair of Not Cool early in September 2017. This is an unincorporated group of third-party objectors running an evidence-based campaign. It has contributed to the call-in of this application. However, I address the examination only as an experienced environmental scientist. The evidence and opinions I express represent my true and complete professional competence and judgment on ecology and ecohydrology. I do this uninfluenced by my role as chair of Not Cool or as a nearby recreational user of the Coul Dunes, Salt Marsh and Beach. I've been an expert witness at several public inquiries and a hearing team leader at the Strathy South Wind Farm inquiry in North Sutherland. I acted as habitats ecologist and expert witness for the Trump International Golf Links Scotland development at Many Estate in Aberdeenshire. I co-wrote the ecology component of the Many environmental statement. I've submitted documents relating to the Many public inquiry. Earlier Not Cool objections stated that the quality of habitat mapping and the hydrological assessment were too poor to be used for ecological impact assessment, ECIA. I came to those conclusions after thorough field checking and noting the work required of the applicant in scoping advice. I maintain those views on applicant habitat and hydrological information. Information in my inquiry report annexes strengthen my judgment. Coul is changing, and that is something to be expected. Change is often the result of natural dune dynamics and habitat succession over time. The applicant has documented some of that, SNH concurs, and I agree with some of the evidence. Appropriate management will solve simple things like too much gorse, invasive downy birch, and the few regenerating lodgepole pine. I do not regard bracken expansion as a long-term problem. The applicant exaggerates the negative impacts of these and ignores their habitat value. Management of this change will not be expensive or need golf revenue. These problems are partly the result of lax management by the current landowner. The view of Coul that I present is one of an area changing in a subtle but rapid fashion. It's unappreciated by the applicant, SEPA, or SNH. I demonstrate this to the inquiry using a model of Coul ecohydrology. I then use that to consider some effects of the proposed golf course. I also refer to other golf impacts on dry ground habitats at Coul within dune heath and dune grassland. My conceptual model is built using a well-known feature of dune slacks. Habitats are zoned by elevation above the water table. I use a large number of points, more than 5,000, to map the average surface elevation of Coul groundwater in the SSSI sector and south towards Embo.
Pause there for a second. You say, I use a large number of points to map the average surface elevation. Just quickly, how do you do that?
I have an instrument called an RTK differential GPS. It means it's mounted on a pole. I take it to a certain position, I press a button, and it captures the X, Y, and the Z coordinates of that point with an accuracy of 3 centimeters. It's much more accurate than your normal handheld GPS.
And did you use that on this occasion?
Can you repeat?
Sorry, did you use that on this occasion?
Yes, on all those 5,000 odd points. Yes.
And those 5,000 points are all across the Coul area, the Coul Links area?
Yes, all the Coul Links area and down towards Ember.
Okay, thank you. Go on, please, 21.
Using the average surface, I quantify the wetland habitat zonation with 3,800 of those points. These are areas where I also recorded the habitat at the location of a point. This is the first time this has been done for Coul. Zonation differences between 1994, when I first surveyed it, and 2018-19 suggest that Coul has seen a rise in the water table of 0.18 metres in 24 years. This seems driven by increased rainfall and rising sea level.
Nation, please, just for us.
The plants that you find in the dune slack system have different tolerances to the amount of flooding that they receive. And you get different species, therefore, at different positions on a gradient. So if we have a dune slack, which goes from a low level here to a high level here, you have a zonation in habitats as you go up that gradient. That's the zonation I'm talking about.
So that's changes in habitat according to altitude?
Yes. And the altitudes that we're talking of here are on gradients which are often little more than 30 or 40 centimetres.
So it's a very fine measurement.
It's a fine measure. You need an accurate instrument to actually capture the information in the field.
Could I encourage you to pull the microphone a little closer to you, please? A little more than that, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I also discussed the impact of fertiliser from higher ground, and I infer the water quality of groundwater from the habitats I've recorded at Coul. I show that Coul wetland is influenced by 3 aquifers, including a domed water table in the north, which has protected that area from agricultural pollution. I go further with the model and map areas within which wetland will be affected by a continued rise in water table. I also predict the change in zonations which might occur. Coul seems likely to get wetter. I see nothing in the applicant's documents which adequately covers Coul ecohydrology or ecohydrological change. The complications these raise for assessing Gulf impacts are entirely unrealised. I acknowledge that Dr. McMullen, like me, considers meadowsweet invasive in response to nutrients. I also accept that waterfowl droppings could be an important element of some excessive nutrients. I suggest that some other invasive species listed by Dr. McMullen are behaving likewise due to a rising water table. Table 1, attached to the precognition, contains my calculations of direct and indirect losses of habitat based on EU priority habitat categories. This table corrects some errors made in my inquiry report. My findings on impacts are EU priority habitat destruction, that's destruction of fixed dune grassland, dune heath and dune slack, under the Gulf footprint will be 7.8% of the Coul SSSI area, which I've set at 153.5 hectares. In addition,
just so there's no ambiguity, you set the Coul SSSI area at 153.5, not the area of loss.
That's correct. That's the area at Coul which falls within the SSI boundary and the red line application. In addition, there will be potential loss of almost half of all EU dune juniper habitat at Coul. The applicant has done no work on the habitat requirements of Coul dune juniper to ensure successful translocation. I regard these effects as significant adverse. Habitat modification as Gulf Rough will destroy the current structure of EU priority habitats: fixed dune grassland, dune heath, dune slack, some remaining dune juniper. Extent of this is 6% of the Coul SSSI sector. Modifications will also impact negatively on Baltic rush. The essential bare sand niches required by nationally important lichens, a plant called rest harrow, another plant called shoreweed, and the host plants of the northern brown argus butterfly. These effects will also harm the potential future dynamism of cool dunes and constrain the site's ability to adapt to climate change and sea level rise. I regard these effects cumulatively as significant adverse. I've assessed the fairway nutrient impacts of the golf course using an ecosystem approach which includes the Coul ecohydrological model. Atmospheric deposition inputs of nitrogen are already high, 50 to 62% of critical loads for Coul EU priority habitats.
Would you explain to the inquiry, please, in that paragraph, what you mean by using an ecosystem approach?
It means looking at nitrogen from the point of view of sources of nitrogen coming into the site, the amounts of nitrogen which are likely to be within the current soils of the site, and quantities of nitrogen which might be moving out of the site via the water table. So it's inputs, the amount within, and an outputs from the system.
Thank you. Go on, please.
Ecohydrology work suggests that much dune wetland is already beyond critical load due to agricultural fertilizer pollution in southern Coul, plus nutrient inputs from stock feeding in the north. I have modelled Gulf nutrient inputs to fairways and its likely dispersion in Coul groundwater. I conclude that this extra indirect effect will eradicate all remaining humid dune slack at Coul after construction over 10 to 20 years, and that will be 17.2% of Coul area. I suggest that there will also be losses of dune heath, 2% of Coul area, and notably dune grassland, 8% of Coul area. I regard these effects as significant adverse. I've also modelled the hydrological impacts of the proposed golf course via watering. Results suggest that there will be major local changes to water table behaviour and wetland, plus wet to dry transitions downslope, given the shallow groundwater at Coul. I cautiously estimate 3.9% of EU priority habitats will be lost over 20 years, plus some low-lying dune juniper. There might also be effects extending to Coul salt marsh, displacing salt marsh habitat. I regard these effects as significant adverse. These direct and indirect negative effects sum to 44.8% of Coul SSSI area, with additional unquantified multiple adverse species effects. They compromise site integrity and Coul aquifers. Also, course boundaries and ongoing negative impacts will constrain the Coul site as its remaining dry dune ground and altered wetland attempt to adapt to future climate change. I've considered applicant details for mitigation as set out in biodiversity net gain proposals. My position remains the same as the Not Coul conclusion in May 2018. The gains are minimal and there is a high risk of biodiversity net loss. I've recently mapped the habitats of receptor areas proposed for translocated dune heath. Almost all of the ground is unsuitable. It is either dune slack and so too wet, or parts are already dune heath, with much of the remainder classifiable as an EU priority habitat, fixed dune grassland. I note that the applicant's documents refer to poor quality grassland within an area of foul plantation as the main component of two receptor areas. Bob Taylor and Dr. McMullen are both incorrect. The area has recovered in just 6 years, with sand sedge and wavy hairgrass as the abundant species. These are unmentioned in applicant work. That habitat is already EU priority fixed dune grassland. Loss to translocated dune heath requires that it is regarded as an additional direct habitat loss, 2.1% of the Coul area. This takes overall dune habitat loss to 46.9% of Coul SSSI area.
This recognition, these percentages are very exact to a decimal point. How do you get to that level of precision in an area of inquiry where necessarily precision is difficult because plants don't respect boundaries or lines on a map?
The figures are the outcome of GIS analysis. If your inputs to the GIS are sound, then you will get a number at the end, and it will have a, if you wish, 1, 2, 3, or 4 decimal points behind it. I could have rounded these up, but I prefer to keep 1 decimal place.
Just read your conclusion, please.
I conclude that the applicant's environmental work for this proposed golf course at Coul Links is deficient. It has failed to recognise the changing nature of the site and drivers of that change. A rising water table and agricultural pollution from adjacent fields are already responsible for considerable change, some of it adverse. Golf course within Coul dunes will only exacerbate greatly the negative changes which are occurring. Applicant mismanagement claims are incorrect, and proposals for mitigation will fail to address the causes of most current poor condition at Coul. I have no option but to request straight refusal of this planning application, and my case rests on 3 things. Unconsidered environmental changes affecting the site. The applicant's work is poor quality and substandard. The absence of proven mitigation for extensive negative golf course impacts. Those impacts compromise the integrity of site ecology and hydrology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dargy. Now, can we record that Not Coul submitted 2 objections, one in December 2017 and one in May 2018?
That's correct.
I mean, you were the author of both of those with your members of your team, is that right?
The bulk of the information was written by me. I had assistance from one other ecologist on the Not Coul team, Andrew Weston.
Thank you. Just to look at the structure of the papers, your inquiry report has your name on it, so I assume you are the author of it.
That's
right?
correct.
And there are 3 annexes. And I'd like you to tell me what we find in those annexes, please, without spending too much time on it.
Annex 1, I've listed as A3 tables and figures. Table 1 makes a list of all the NVC types which have been recorded in my 1994 survey, my work for Not Coul between 2016 and 2019, and work done by Alba Ecology on NVC survey.
So it's possible to see from that table a comparison between your work and the work of the applicant?
It is. This is as a list of the NVC types which are present.
Thank you. And the second annex?
If I can go on to table 2, Annex 1 is actually a set of 4 tables. There is analysis of my 3,800 odd points as dropped onto the Alba Ecology mapping. And there's a commentary here on the disparities between what I've recorded in the field at those 3,800 points and those which are... The actual data which I've done are listed in Table 3, and they occupy the bulk of Annex 1, running from pages 12 to 83. So it's a considerable data set there. If anybody wanted to download and check them, you have the accurate coordinates. You can go out and see what I found in the field. Table 4 is an account of the features which I've used to identify NVC types. Much of this work has been done over the winter. Many of those 3,800 points were actually gathered in December and very early January. There are also some figures at the end, figures 1 and 2, on pages 94 and 95, which relate to work which Dr. Bowie produced, and some comments by me on his work. My second annex is titled A4 Tables and Figures. The first table 1 here gives a list of the NVC types present, and I give values here. These are indicator values using a well-known scale introduced by a German ecologist, Heinz Ellenberg, and they deal with Ellenberg moisture, Ellenberg nitrogen, Ellenberg reaction R.
Is the use of Ellenberg values a common tool in your trade?
It's been a very common tool now for about 20 years. It's proven to be extremely useful to identify, both at national and local scales, some of the major factors. Here you're not measuring moisture or nitrogen. You're using the indicator value of the plant species that you're finding.
Lest it be put to you later that that is a method which is too approximate or too general, or indeed not indicative of reality, what do you say to that?
I've shown in other work on sand dune sites that this is a very powerful method for determining reasons for a site changing.
Thank you. The third annex, then?
Sort of carrying on with Annex 2, Table 2 gives data from Tain Range, split into annual winter and summer rainfall, split into two periods, 1996 to 2005 and then 2008 to 2017. And it shows you the mean values. There is evidence here that both winter and summer rainfall have increased over time. Table 3, these are my estimates for dune habitats destroyed by the Gulf footprint, and it's a sum of bunkers, fairways, greens, paths, etc.
So the sum of the illustrations in Table 3 have found their way into your recognition, have they?
It has, yes.
Keep your voice up, please, if you would. Try and speak to the back of the hall so that everybody can hear you. Annex 2, Dr. Dargy, contains a number of graphic figures, 17 in all, which I think are reproduced behind me here on the easel. We'll look at those in a minute, if we may. But that's correct, is it, that what we find here in Annex 2 is reflected here in NC 119, I think.
That's the first of the sequence, yes.
Sorry, 119 to 136 is the number.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
The first figure shows...
No, I'll come to the figures in sequence, if you don't mind. The third annex, I think, contains your curriculum vitae, but in considerable detail.
That's correct.
You don't need to go to that. Now, if I can deal with a number of supplementary matters in order, if I can take them in my own order, I hope you can help me. In the first place, we heard in evidence in chief from Dr. Pete Cosgrove that there had been a complaint against him to the Chartered Institute of Environmental Management, and at least the implication was that you were in part responsible for that complaint. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct.
Can you please tell the inquiry what you know about that complaint?
On the 22nd of December 2017, I received an email which came through the Coul website from the person making this complaint about arbor ecology, and the person responsible stated he was submitting a complaint regarding invertebrate work in the environmental statement. I replied on the 23rd of December, and I attached to my email the not Coul objection, which was submitted in December. At that time, it was not on the Highland Council website. So I simply attached it to it, I sent it to him, and said, this is in the public domain. If there is anything there of use, you might find it useful.
Do you endorse the notion that there should be a complaint in any way?
Not at all.
Did you know the person from whom you received the email through the Not Coul site?
Not at all.
Did you take any other part in the complaint process to the Chartered Institute, which was advanced by this person?
Other than supplying that not Coul information, I supplied no other information at all. If I can follow this up with other things, the person involved requested a phone call in January. I can recall nothing of that other than a discussion of information which was in the not Coul objection. Some of the material that I used was unfamiliar to this invertebrate ecologist.
Did you consult your lawyer about taking part in this complaint?
I informed my lawyer of this, I think, a few months later. I received a further phone call and follow-up email on the 24th of September 2018. The complainant wanted clarification of a technique called the line intercept method.
Called the what?
The line intercept method, which is a technique which I used to record habitats at Coul and which was used to check information in the Alba ecology work.
Did you at any stage endorse or encourage or facilitate, other than providing documents, the complaint against Dr. Cosgrove?
I did not. I never at any time saw any documents which would have been submitted to CIEM. There was a later 10th of October 2018 email which contained text about my habitat analysis, and the complainant simply wanted to know if that text was satisfactory. I replied saying that I saw no need to change his text.
Did you submit any evidence of your own to the Chartered Institute, either alongside or independent of the person who made the complaint?
None whatsoever. I've never submitted any form of complaint to CIEM. There was a final email on the 9th of January when I was informed that the complaint was dismissed in entirety, and I did not follow up an invitation to discuss by telephone.
Thank you very much. Let's leave that matter then. I'd like to deal now with the question of understanding a little better what is a national vegetation classification and how you go about the process of mapping and representing what you find when conducting an ecological survey. So let's try and do this reasonably swiftly, can we? Because I understand it's a complicated subject, but we do have all day, but not for these interesting scientific explorations. So may I ask you, first of all, what is the NVC, the National Vegetation Classification?
This is a system for describing habitats, the plant assemblages which we have in the UK. We didn't have one until we started the project in about 1975. It took 25 years to complete. There are 5 volumes of work. If you take them as hard copies off the shelf, it will set you back about £800 to have all the information within them. They are accounts of major habitat groups. Each habitat group is split into a set. For sand dunes, we call it SD, sand dune habitats.
Get a little closer to the microphone.
There are 19 community types, and each community is split into sub-communities as well. All of these are described using tables, long lists of species, the cover range which a species obtains, and what we call the constancy of the species, the likelihood that you will actually find it in a sample of that vegetation type. And using all that information, you can take your new samples and you can work out which NVC type you're dealing with.
Thank you. Are there examples of this published in this examination on behalf of Coul at NC 90, NC 95 to 98, and NC 102?
So, NC 1.
Well, would you take those numbers from me?
Yes, these NC 100, it's a survey by me in 2008 survey, where I did a repeat NVC survey at Royal St George's at Sandwich Bay in Kent. And 102.
I think 102 is a handbook
yes.
showing how it's done. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Actually, no. We delete reference to 102 because it's something else. It's about EIA.
There is an earlier Sandwich Bay report.
Let's not get bogged down in numbers because I can deal with that in submissions. Could you tell the inquiry, please, why is good quality NBC mapping important in the context of this proposal?
You need a high-quality NVC survey for something like a golf course being placed within an SSSI. First of all, you've got to calculate as carefully as possible the direct impacts of the development, the amount of habitat loss. You should then, if you use environmental science techniques, you can try to estimate the indirect effects using that habitat mosaic which has been mapped.
Keep your voice up, please.
The third technique is to translate accurately NVC types. This has to be done in a wet system like Coul because there are SEPA-required classifications, something called functional wetland topology, and groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems. So an NVC map has to be translated into those other types.
Okay. So it's therefore important, is it, to have an accurate NVC map?
Yes. And that the translation is also done accurately. Yeah. We've already heard that the functional wetland topology map has errors within it. And the fourth rule is that you can use maps to assess the likelihood of habitat change as part of a consideration of climate change. And I note that work on this has been scoped out due to poorly specified uncertainties about changes to habitats and species in relation to climate change.
Thank you. Now, where can a reader find a Bible of good practice to tell him or her how to do this?
I've looked at this quite carefully. I've checked the CIEM website, which has recently been restructured, and I cannot find anything there on how to do NVC survey, and specifically the level of accuracy expected in identifying the number of NVC types which is present and the accuracy of mapping NVC types. So I then go to the usual recommended guidance. This is NC 80, which is the NVC User's Handbook. This has been written by Professor John Rodwell, who was the main editor of the 5 published NVC volumes. It's a lengthy book. Much of it is about how to collect data and how to work out an NVC type. At the back, there is also a list of NVC types. But in terms of actually how to undertake a site survey using it, there is not a huge amount of detail. And suddenly, if you go towards the rear of the book, in chapter 10, on page 54, there is a statement, second paragraph, 10.1, second paragraph. There is, in fact, no formal understanding of what an NVC survey should include, even for the simplest kind of site description and inventory. There are lots of people who are doing NVC surveys, and you have a statement there from the key person in the UK about it, that there is no clear understanding of what an NVC survey should include.
So can we conclude from that there's no best practice, or we conclude something different?
I would state that there is no best or good practice, but that you should follow as best as possible techniques which have been used by other people in the field, especially when you're dealing with a habitat like sand dunes, which within the UK is remarkably well known using NVC information.
And presumably amongst ecologists there are techniques, for example, for examining quadrats or doing line transects or doing accurate mapping or doing GIS work, as you've described to us. Presumably these techniques are by now well understood.
Most of these techniques are well understood, but they're not being compiled into, let's say, an NVC context in which you are working out the accuracy of work, either of somebody else's work or your own work.
Are there any implications for the conclusion that there is no received wisdom, no best practice in this area?
The main implication is that NVC work will inevitably vary in accuracy between surveyors. Now, a clear example is the overall poor correspondence which has been shown in a document submitted by the applicant. This is App 2.10.
What is that document?
App 2.10 is Journal of Environmental Management, the repeatability of vegetation classification and mapping. The first author is somebody called Hearn.
That's 2.10, a document, an article, I beg your pardon, entitled The Repeatability of Vegetation Classification and Mapping, with 6 authors.
That's correct.
And that dates from 2009. Have you had a look at that?
I've looked at it in detail. In fact, I knew about this paper. I didn't include it in my own work for the inquiry because it deals with upland habitats in Wales and a part of Wales where actually habitat variation is quite complex.
I wonder if I could take you in that document, please, to page 1175, I think it is. It's electronic page 2 in the document. What does the author say at the bottom of that page about observer error and methodological error?
The article states that, well, first of all, surveyors were asked to use the standard NVC mapping approach, Rodwell 2006. I would argue that there is no standard mapping approach. The work on mapping in Rodwell 2006, in fact, is little more than one column of advice. But the point that they make here is that in doing these tests on different surveyors, they tended to use the method they were most familiar with. It states that they conflated observer error with methodological error because they said that this is a more realistic measure of the variability that results from the use of different surveyors. I think they might have been expecting an uncertain degree of variability simply due to the people doing their own thing. once given the site boundaries and the information about it.
Bringing this back to the present application, it may then be put to you that what we see from the applicants is in every way as good as your product, but it's just the result of different surveyors looking at the same thing. Do you agree with that?
I would disagree strongly, because especially when we're dealing with an SSSI, you have to try and take an approach which is in some way more standard, or at least a repetition of an earlier standard, to see that you are not missing information. And the important thing in all of this is that you must be working as an experienced surveyor for your habitat. This article does not tell us in any much detail what the experience of the surveyors was, but they're all described as experience. But if you look in detail at the work which they produced, and there is a figure 2 map on the 4th page, which shows incredible variability in the amount of mapping that has been done in a single day for the study area.
What map is the witness referring to? I thought we were looking at this article.
No. Fourth page, figure 2. Here you have 7 vegetation maps, 1 per surveyor, and there is a table above which shows you the differences in mapping associated with these. One surveyor, Surveyor A, in a single day for a 43-hectare area, has mapped 445 polygons. Tremendous effort. This person was the only non-consultant in the team. He appears to have been employed by a statutory agency. And there is a great deal of variation in the types of habitats identified, etc. So when you process and compare all these maps, and the methodology here is very sound, you come to the conclusion, when you look at the different levels of detail, that, for instance, at the big habitat, there are only 4 habitats up there in potential. There is only a 77.6% correspondence amongst the pooled surveyors. You come down to the level of the NVC community and it falls to 34%, and you come down to the NVC sub-community and it falls to 18.5%.
Keep push up, please.
So,
well, let's just try and bring this back to Coul Link, shall we? A conclusion which may be permissible from this evidence is that different surveyors may reach a different result applying their experience, their respective experiences.
That's right.
So what may be put to you, and I don't know this, but it may be put to you, is that what Albert Ecology has produced is, in qualitative terms, at least on a par or on a level with your own work. I want to know whether you agree with that or whether you don't.
I would disagree with that because, to my mind, an NVC survey is made up of 2 components. The map is only one thing. The most important thing that you have is the actual list of NVC types that you're identifying on the ground. And if that is evidenced by a corpus of samples, and the samples that we use are things called quadrats, where the species are recorded in the field in multiple locations. If it's evidence, then I'm fairly sure that you will get a lot more correspondence between surveyors if they put that effort into quadrat recording.
A quadrat is simply a rectangle or a square, I think, in which the investigator records everything he or she finds in that square.
Yes.
Is that right?
You make a list of the species which are present, and if you're doing a 4-quadrant analysis, you allocate to each species the amount of its cover within the square.
Can I take it that using the NVC, species have a number, so that it's possible to do this numerically as well as descriptively by using the Latin name?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Right, well, let's leave Snowdonia behind, Dr. Dargy, can we? Noting what you had to say about this. Your expertise, or your professed expertise, is in sand dune habitats. Have you come across, in your experience, a similar sort of problem to the one you've just described in relation to sand dune surveys?
Yes, I have. I've had very few opportunities to actually check other work, mainly because I've done most of the work myself on sand dunes. But last year, 2017...
Let's not take too much time on this, can we?
I was called in by Dundee City Council to check an NVC survey done by a major NVC, a major engineering consultancy. And here, two surveyors in one day had taken a very small area of dunes at Broughty Ferry, and they'd simply identified 2 NVC types plus bare sand and made a map of those. And they felt that this was wrong and that it was really complicating a potential scheme at the site to actually adjust the dunes to protect the eastern side of Broughty Ferry against coastal erosion. And when I came down to do the work, instead of 2 NVC types, I found 17 NVC communities and sub-communities plus bare sand. And that's an 8-fold difference in information. Their NVC map had 18 polygons or shapes. I had 152. That's a times 8 difference.
Sorry to interrupt you. Did that influence the way in which Dundee Council dealt with whatever the problem was?
It did.
Yes, it's fine. Yes, it's fine.
It enabled them to discard that and the first NVC survey, take mine on board, and they found that they were able to, on the basis of the vegetation patterns, to assume that there was sufficient above mean high water spring sand to reshape the dunes using sand trapping techniques, some of which were mentioned by Professor Pye in the context of Coul. Now, this saved them the problem, which would have meant taking sand from the intertidal zone within an SPA and the need for appropriate assessment. And my work down there has probably saved them a 6-figure sum in terms of achieving erosion protection on that coastal edge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, could we move to something else? Could I ask you to turn up Annex 2 of your inquiry report, please? And in the document, turn into page 5. Have you got that, Dr. Dargy?
I have that.
Now that's clearly a map entitled Figure 1, Coul Links Dune Habitats 1994 and 2017 line transit. And I think that corresponds with the map which is behind me.
That's correct.
I'm going to ask one of the juniors, sir, with your permission, to change these maps as we look at them. If you have looked at them all and are happy that you understand everything about all of them, then I won't take the inquirer's time up with this, but this is intended to be obviously live evidence in chief from Dr. Dargy as to what we are expected to take from these maps.
Okay, thank you. We have read them, but a brief explanation or a brief run-through of what they're telling us might be helpful to us. Thank you.
Well, with your permission, sir, would you mind if the witness rises from the table? But he'll have to carry the microphone with him and answer my questions and look at the map at the same time. I'm sure Dr. Darby can do that.
Well, subject to the tolerances of the equipment, we'll try and see how that works.
We'll see how it works.
We've had no rehearsal.
Can you see that?
And how about this for microphone? Okay. Right. Well, this is a map of the Coul area.
Sorry, let me ask the question. That's the best way to do it. Clearly, what we see here is a map of the Coul area. It's entitled Figure 1: Coul Links, Dune Habitats, 1994 and 2017, line transects. So, briefly, what do we see there?
The different colours are different habitat types, and there are some very broad black lines. Although this is an exaggeration of their width, they are in fact 4 metre wide belt transects, where I walked in 2017 with an accurate GPS GIS system in the field, and I captured the different habitats that I found as I walked along the lines here. The total line length is about 6.6 kilometres, I think.
Thank you. Turning the page then to Figure 2.
This is a digital terrain model of the Coul area. It's cut off at a 20-metre altitude just here. It does rise to about 50 metres down here in this corner. I've done that so that I can get a good contrast of colours in coming in this direction. And this shows the general relief of the Coul area. The environmental statement doesn't have a whole picture map of this. So we have the railway line just here, SSSI in this direction, and...
Forgive me for interrupting you. When you say this direction, for the notes, will you explain which direction you're talking about?
Okay. Moving from the railway line northwards, we come to higher ground in this area. The highest point at Coul is up here in Dune Heath, and it's just under 19 metres at this elevation.
Thank you. And is that a model that you were able to purchase, a proprietary model?
I had the DTM information already on my hard drive. It's not a particularly accurate one. It's a 25-metre spacing of points. It's a crude one. The crudeness is unimportant for my modelling work. I do not use any altitudes from this model in my modelling.
Okay. Figure 3. Figure 3 is entitled Location of Records Used to Construct Ecohydrological Model. What do we see there, please?
These are the locations of all the 5,000 plus points in which I've recorded the elevation. So we have an X and a Y location, and we know the altitude of each of these points, accurate to 3 centimetres. The spread of points follows wetland habitats within the dunes, but it also follows the water table on the beach around here and also around here at Coul. So knowing all these elevations, you can start to construct a surface in which you can contour the water level from this, knowing their elevations.
So you build a picture up by taking data points first,
Yes.
and then, as it were, join the dots to form contour lines. Is that how it works?
It is a contouring section, but the actual techniques which are used are quite complicated.
Thank you. Can we take these three down and make it easier for you? Figure 4 is entitled Coul Eco-Hydrological Model Aquifer Average Surface.
This is the result of the contouring analysis of the 5,000 odd data points. And if I can show you the main features upon this, we have a very steep fall from higher ground here close to Embo, heading towards this, and you can see very closely packed contours in this line. And this is the raised beach. So this is water flowing through the raised beach. It then reaches the dunes, and it shows a fall from high altitudes here to low altitudes here. I agree with Dr. Bowie. The water is flowing from high ground seawards, flowing eastwards at this location. In the north, the general flow, the contours, we show a swing orientation in the contours, such that the gradient to the sea is in this direction here. But there is
forgive me, you're pointing northeast and north there.
Yes, to northeast, then to north, and then in this zone just here we have an anomaly. There are higher contours, 6 to 6.5 meters, scattered on here. They are mini domes at this location. And this is wetland which is not behaving, it appears not to be behaving according to the general direction here. If we go into these locations, the gradient, here the water would flow south or west or east or north. Likewise here it would go southeast, here it would go northwest. So these are anomalies from the general northeasterly picture in this location.
Thank you. Figure 5. Figure 5 is entitled 3 Aquifer Conceptual Flow System for Coul Links. And if I've understood your earlier evidence correctly, this is the fundamental basis for your own conceptual model of the hydrological system.
That's right. I use two aquifers here, and I agree with these as set out in the environmental statement. First of all, we have something called the Dornoch Coastal Aquifer here in these terracotta type colours, flowing this way towards the east. And this is developed in shallow soils, probably glacial materials on the slopes, and it's acknowledged that it's a sensitive aquifer. It can carry nutrients from agriculture towards the sea. Beneath this, flowing eastwards, is the Dornoch Bedrock Aquifer. This is within the Devonian sandstones of this area, the old red sandstones, and it's flowing at a lower level. It's got a catchment area which probably extends about 8 kilometres to the west. I feel that that's probably the dominant source which is coming through the area. Then on top of this, at the north end, I've called the Skelbo Dome Aquifer, where we have radial drainage coming out from this.
We can see there, can we, the 3 dome points that you illustrated from figure 4.
That's correct. We have The figure 4 points are an incomplete expression of the dome. I can only construct a surface where I find wetland. In this area, we have very high ground without wetland. It's the dune heath. So the actual shape of the Scalbo dome aquifer, its contours, I haven't captured those completely.
Can I take it you've not done any invasive investigation?
No invasive investigation. I do not have any permission to do that sort of thing.
And so the source of the data which has led to this conclusion is your GIS work, which you described to us earlier, together with your observations on the ground.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
One more question then about this. The green arrows, which are at the top around the dome aquifer, what are they supposed to represent?
They represent water flow radial from the center of the dome, which I'm assuming is close to the high point in the dunes, the 19-meter point here, and it flows this way, which means that you're going to get a meeting of aquifers. So you water moving northwards here, water moving southwards here, and this fits the ecology of the habitats I've been recording. It looks as if this dome is fed by rainfall, it's low in nutrients, and it's helped to protect the wetlands at this north end from agriculture.
When you say protect the wetland, what do you mean by that?
It means that it's diluting any effect of nutrients in here, because high-level nutrients in these waters will affect the nature of the wetland habitats that you have dependent upon them.
All right. This is an explanatory phase of your evidence. I'm going to ask you about the applicant's comments on this in due course. Could we move to figure 6, please? Figure 6 is clearly a graph. It's entitled Beach Water Table Elevation Change at Coul in 2018. So the obvious question is, change from what?
Well, these are different dates of beach survey, which I've recorded over time, and these are the average elevation of the water table on those dates. So if we start from the 9th of March 2018 up here, we then have the 21st of September down here. So the elevation, the water table has lowered from about minus 0.08 down to here minus 0.4. So over that time, those 2 dates, we've seen a fall in elevation of 30 centimetres. This is in the driest summer that we've experienced in recent years.
So what?
It shows that the model is sensitive enough to pick out seasonal variation along a beach.
And just for the avoidance of doubt, the line here is sea level. The line here is ordnance datum 0.
Yes, meters above ordnance datum, so 0 is sea level.
Thank you. Let's move on then, figure 7. Thank you. Figure 7 is entitled Coul Links GWDTE Elevation Zonation Stroke Change Model, Habitats Unaffected by Nutrients. To the layman, it seems to contain a graph again. Would you please explain what we see there and what you'd like us to take from it?
Along the bottom axis of the graph, we have a series of NVC types or wetland habitats, each of these is a different type of GWTE. So we start from those which positioned here on the graph are quite low down. So basically this population of points, we have 65 records for this. We have an average which is set at about 0.28 meters beneath the average surface. In other words, the wetland surface. So
along the bottom axis, a list of numbers, those are NVC types.
These are NVC types. And
this illustrates, does it, forgive me if I go a little faster, this illustrates the zonation which you have explained earlier on.
That's correct.
Different plants at different heights.
Different heights, and they go all the way from here. These are the lowest areas. This is an aquatic community, A24, and we go all the way through to a transition from Dune Heath to Dune Slack at this end.
Now explain to us the words phreatic and vadose, please.
The phreatic zone, this is at the level of 0, this is permanent, this is saturated, always under the influence of a water table. And very often in the winter this will be flooded. Whereas on this side we have the vadose, the unsaturated zone, and these are habitat types above the capillary zone of the water table which appear to be showing an effect of the water table.
So each yellow vertical bar is related to a different habitat or species.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Should we understand that these are habitats or they're individual species?
These are, in most cases, habitats. There is an exception just here. This is called Littorella. This is the shoreweed, and the samples here are located on that. There are 110 samples for it. Can I point out one more feature here?
Please do.
There is an important difference in this. In 1994, this habitat type was the lowest that I mapped at Coul. This position here, this is SD17/S19. That's a transition from swamp to dune slack. So that was the lowest elevation that we had. But we have other habitats which have come in at Coul since 1994. And that difference in altitude there, I suggest, is the amount of rise in water table that we've seen.
Thank you. Let's move on to figure 8. Now in figure 8, we have a title, Coul links GWDTE elevation zonation, change model, other habitats. I think there are 4 graphs labeled A, B, C, and D. I should have taken this from you earlier, but are you the author of this illustrative material?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's deal with A, B, C, and D in turn, can we, please?
Okay, A refers to salt marsh habitat, where we have a transition from SM13 to SM16, that's between upper marsh and middle marsh. Then we have a very narrow confined zone here, and this is a particular type of salt marsh habitat, which we've shown quite recently at Morwick Moor, to always occur high on the marsh, but in an area which is starting to flood with fresh groundwater. And then on this side we have high SM16. This is higher salt marsh up here. So this zone marks flooding. It's the interaction between tide and fresh water. Type B looks at meadowsweet, and it shows the distribution of meadowsweet in its association with other habitats which it's invading at Coul. And it shows a very nice sequence going through, but within quite a narrow range, down to about 9 centimetres on this side. On this side we come to non-slack habitats. These are...
This is graph number C for people.
Graph number C.
Yep.
We are dealing here with wetland types which are not high-quality dune slack. very few of these were found in 1994. A lot of these have come in since in this area, and they've invaded that sequence from on this side through to here. Again, we've got a similar trend that we saw for high-quality dune habitats.
And then graph D?
Graph D, we have a series of points which go back to figure 7. These are figure 7 points. This maps the zone where meadowsweet is invading communities. That's the reddish
the red
area.
colour.
And then the orange shows the area which is invaded by this sequence of communities on this side. So it shows that change since 1994 has occupied most of the elevation range at Coul.
The elevation being shown down the
That's
left-hand
the
axis.
elevation, yes.
And the same list of species on the bottom axis.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Move on, please. Figure 9. Mr. Crabbe went to law school, sir, but he didn't know he was going to be a production manager as well. Figure 9, Coul links distribution of meadowsweet, filipendula, ulmaria, pale blue circles absent, yellow circles present. Tell us what you want us to take from this.
Okay. Those of you who know Coul in summer will know that the very long winter loch, which runs approximately here through to here, is occupied by meadowsweet. And all the little blue, the yellow circles here are locations which have meadowsweet. And if you look at it carefully, it comes through scatter close to Embo, and there is a concentration here which follows that winter loch, as we call it, up this zone.
So that we may look at this, can I ask you to look quickly at NC35, which is a photograph, and tell me if that's what I'm looking at.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. You don't need to get it out just now. Yes, go on, please.
The very pale blue dots here are my samples, but these samples do not have meadowsweet present. So we have a sequence where we have a large number of points high up in the slopes. So this is high ground in eastern Coul, where we have a reasonable number of samples with no meadowsweet absent. You go lower down and you have meadowsweet which is present. But up here, in this part of the Coul system, there is no meadowsweet. I know of one location just here. That's the only location in the north.
You're pointing to the northeast corner.
To the northeast corner, yes.
So what?
It shows that there is something associated with meadowsweet distribution, which suggests that it cannot invade in this area.
Are you able to tell us why? In your opinion?
Well, my suspicion is that this area without meadowsweet is marking the extent of influence of the Scalbo Dome. So we have high quality water, rain-fed in origin, which by radiating outwards is keeping meadowsweet at bay.
Meadowsweet is a higher nutrient plant, is it?
It is, but not excessively high, but in terms of the wetland species that we have at Coul, it is one of the higher ones.
We heard that from Dr. McMullen, I think.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Why have you recorded in figure 9 places where meadowsweet is not present?
In Dr. McMullen's evidence, he associates meadowsweet with the presence of bird species and their guano. And he states explicitly that this is why meadowsweet is present.
Do you agree with that?
It is a contributory factor, but it does not explain everything about the distribution of conditions. If it was one-to-one correspondence between bird guano and meadowsweet, then we have in this area an area where we have good numbers when in a wet year of birds, but there's no meadowsweet.
Thank you. Figure 10 then. Sir, I expect to be finished this evidence by 11:30, so I wonder if we could wait till then for a break.
Finished evidence in chief in total? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Figure 10, distribution maps of 8 cover classes for Filipendula ulmaria, which I think is meadowsweet.
Yes.
What do we see here?
When I was recording the meadowsweet, I made estimates each of the positions where I found it of how much cover it was occupying. It's midwinter, possibly not particularly accurate, but it does show perhaps where some fine detail in its distribution. But the concentrations of high cover are down here in the winter loch.
You're pointing to the seaward edge, are you?
The seaward edge, low ground, just inside the frontal dune of Eastern Coul. It's a detailed, it's a complicated map to understand. It is best to move on.
Well, I just want to understand, if you don't mind satisfying my curiosity. We have Filipendula 012, 034, 056, and 07. And so I'd like to know what that means, please.
Basically, classes 0, 1, and 2 together on one map. Class 0 is Filipendula absent, and these are the blue dots going through here. 1, scattered individuals, very low cover, 232 samples. These are the yellow circles. And within these, there are small patches with cover of about 10%, which are in red.
So these numbers are degrees of extents of cover, are they?
Yes, local cover of meadowsweet.
Sorry, a layman might not get that.
Okay.
Perhaps I could educate you in the use of a comma occasionally. Yeah, could you go to figure 11 then, please? Thank you very much. Figure 11, nutrient quality of cool dunes aquifer based on 3,811 habitat records. So if I've understood this correctly, you're moving now to another topic. Am I right?
That's correct. I'm modelling now the nutrient status of Coul based upon the NVC types which are present and their so-called Ellenberg values. Each NVC type has, I've allocated an Ellenberg value to it for nitrogen. And this is based upon the average of the species, of all the species which are present in that NVC type.
According to Ellenberg's methodology.
According to Ellenberg's methodology,
I think you explain this largely in the footnote below the plan, don't you?
yes, it is present there.
Okay, so what do we see here quickly?
Well, these are contour lines in which higher values means higher levels of nitrogen within the sample. So we have low nitrogen habitats, which is a good thing in dune slacks. They're adapted to low nutrient conditions, and these contours are concentrated up here.
That's in the north quadrant.
In the north, where the Scalbo Dome aquifer is present. We get much higher levels, strong, high values of nutrients, and these are concentrated especially around stream B, which I've called just here, which is a stream which flows from a gully system up here in these fields into the winter loch, and it runs in winter. And I suspect that it is taking nutrients into the area, and Dr. Bowie himself agrees with that. There's no difference between us on that.
There's a word in the legend below which I think you need to explain to us, 2 words. It reads Coul isoline nutrient surface calculated using Kriging analysis in Golden software. This is jargon which I don't have, and I'd like you to explain it, please.
Okay. The isolines, these are simply the contour lines of nutrients. An isoline is a line of equal value. Okay. So it's a contour. These are calculated using a contouring technique called Kriging. Highly sophisticated, and if I spent 5 minutes on it, you will all still be in the dark. But I'm happy to deal with it under cross-examination.
That's all right. We can leave that temptation to Ms. Wilson. Figure 12 then, please. Thank you. Figure 12, nutrient classes of Coul dunes aquifer inferred from your habitat records, 3,811 of them. Again, what do you want us to take from here?
I've taken the information in figure 11, which was a continual surface of increasing nutrients, and I've imposed 4 classes upon it with these colours. And these classes, as best as I can estimate, will tell me which parts of the Coul wetlands are in good condition, those which have an acceptable nutrient status. So at the lower level here, in the yellow, these are habitats, so-called SD15, SD16 slacks, which are unaffected by pollution from agriculture. And if you look at their distribution, again, they're all up here in the north, with some patches also occurring down here. We then come to another one, a pale blue. This is SD17 slack. It's long been known as the most tolerant of nutrients in true dune slack habitat, so the light blues, and they come in this zone, and it becomes more restricted as we come into this area. Then we get into habitats which are slightly, we say, eutrophic, nutrient-rich, and it includes some SD17, so the pale greens, and they occur scattered. We have some very sharp changes in sequence in these areas. So you have good water, and you have poorer water in these parts of the Coul dunes. And then lastly, the strong orange here, these are moderately eutrophic, moderately enriched by nutrients. There are patches up here in the north, and these are associated with the cattle grazing in the north, where the nutrients are imported in feed. But further south, the strong colours, again, stream B coming in, and then fairly high in these systems. So the back of the dune system is really quite heavily polluted at the moment with agricultural nutrients.
So can I understand that these are not mapped values, these are predicted values?
These are predicted values on the basis of the habitat types, the species which are present.
So they're, if you like, habitat, no, that's not the way to put it. The data that you show here is derived from the habitat examination.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. 13 then. And just for the audience, so there are only 18 of these, so I'm nearly there. Okay. Figure 13, locations of predicted habitat change. following 25 centimetre rise in water table over 25 years. This is obviously a map of predictions from its title, and from 25 years from now. Is that what you want us to take?
Looking 25 years into the future, assuming that we're going to get about a 1 centimetre rise in water level per year, and there's a bit of speculation about this. These are the areas which will be affected.
So what does the legend mean then? Dark blue, pale blue and white?
The dark blue means that we're going to see, it's called a residual value here, it's about half a metre rise in water level for the dark blue. Then in these blues there's going to be an effect from the current level up to about 0.6 metres of habitats which are in the Vado zone. This is the Vado zone, this is the phreatic zone. So this is saturated, and it's going to expand in this area, but and we're going to see some more down here. But in the Vado zone, which is some aeration in the water profile.
This is the non-saturated zone.
This is the non-saturated zone.
You showed us earlier in figure 7, I think.
That's
right?
Correct, yes. We see a much larger areas which are going to be affected in this area.
And we can see the golf course, the designed golf course, superimposed there, can't we?
That's correct. There are overlaps here. I think this is hole 7 where there is going to be an effect. But in general, the course has been well routed, and there are not huge areas which are going to be potentially affected by this rise in water level.
Thank you. Figure 14. I think with 14 we move to another topic, do we?
That's right.
Is that the topic of translocation?
Yes.
Now, what do we see in figure 14, entitled Translocation, the Suitability of Receptor Areas R1 and 2? It's a little harder from this map to see where we are on the site, so perhaps you should explain that first.
Okay, this I think is hole 4, which is on the northern side of the high dunes in the north of Coul.
So the sea is here on the right-hand side?
The Lochfleet is to the north,
yep.
And you have to head that way to the North Sea.
Okay.
For those people who attended the site visit, we came through this area, came down to here, and we examined this area here, coded 4, at that location. So basically these are categories which I've introduced. I've mapped the vegetation, and this is where I think we can deal with ground which is acceptable, which will provide soil conditions to accept dune heath, when areas which are unacceptable because it's, in this case, too wet.
So do you mean too wet today, or predicted to become too wet?
Could become wetter, but it is wet most winters. Right. Too wet most winters. The heather will die.
And this is an expression of your opinion?
It's my opinion, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. 15. I think in 15 you do the same exercise for different receptor areas, this time areas 3 and 4.
The mapping here, this is type 8 ground. It's listed as grey down here, and these are dune grasslands which are present. So if this is used as a receptor ground, these are European priority habitat, and it means that you are using what you want as dune heath will destroy a European priority habitat.
The red line there is what? This red line?
The red line here is the SSSI. So this marks the railway embankment.
The railway embankment. Yes. Okay. Just for orientation, that's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a bit harder on this map. And the R1, R2, R3, R4, those are the applicants. That's
Yes,
the applicants' zoning of
Yes,
receptor area.
this is the third and the fourth.
Thank you. And at the risk of repetition, does figure 16 do the same thing for
It does, yes.
areas 5 and 6?
But it covers the failed plantation area.
Indeed. Well, I don't need to go there, I don't think.
Okay.
I could ask you now to take a seat again, and there's only a couple more things I want to deal with. If I may. Sorry. I'm so sorry, there is one more. Figure 17, please. Figure 17 will not be so familiar.
It's torn. I'll hold it.
Okay. Will not be so familiar to those involved with this project.
Sorry, Mr. Campbell. That's not the version of Figure 17 that we've got. Is that the same for you?
Nodding to agree with you, or nodding to agree with?
Nodding to agree with me, I think,
Yes.
which might be the only time this week.
Mistake, yeah.
Well, that's not at all embarrassing, is it?
Well spotted.
We got it?
Yes.
It's my stage manager's fault. Figure 17 is entitled Total Oxidized Nitrogen, abbreviated to TON, in groundwater at Sandwich Bay in 2013. So why are we looking at Sandwich Bay?
Sandwich Bay, in my mind, is important because it illustrates the amount of habitat change which can occur as a combination of factors, not just golf courses, but if you have a high regional deposition of nitrogen from the atmosphere, you can get changes. And in this case, if you measure the total oxidized nitrogen, that's a combination of nitrite plus nitrate together in groundwater. You can zone them according to the sensitivity of the habitats in the area. So the sensitivities are here. Anything which is sort of very pale cream coming through here, that's okay. It's probably not being affected by nutrients in groundwater. But if you come up the sequence to the yellows, you get a much larger zone. And these are two dates. This is March 2013 and June 2013. And these are on managed golf courses, 3 of them, Prince's, Royal St George's and Royal Cinque Ports at the bottom.
How do you come to have knowledge of Sandwich Bay?
I was asked in 2002 to resurvey, using the MVC, all the ground and to compare it with a survey which was done, I think, in 1989. The results of that showed a great deal of habitat change. That was followed up in 2008 with a further survey just of Royal St George's, in which I was able to show that changes in the habitats were seen to be being driven by a rise in water table and a rise in nutrient levels as well. Now, Natural England was particularly concerned about this. They already knew that they were losing the condition of their dune habitats, and these were dry dune communities, was changing. Mm-hmm. As a result, they set up a PhD I was brought in to train the PhD student in how to use the NVC system. And he then went on and he established, there are a large number of black dots here, and these represent plastic pipes driven 3 meters into the dune sand. And I think 3 times per year he took water samples from it, analysed a number of chemicals, but in this case the TON value, and these are the results when you look at the contour values for them. And what I would like to point out is up here at Prince's, there is one location which shows a major increase in the level of TON, and which persists over 3 months into this area. And apparently this is the construction or a major change to a single fairway. So in that location, you have a major local effect, and if there was good quality dune slack habitat in here, it might get badly affected by that. Now, this is the only case at Sandwich Bay where I know that you've got a construction effect. Everything else here is the result of long-term Gulf management plus the regional deposition of nitrogen in the area.
We understand that. Thank you very much. Is that Mr. Graham Earl, a PhD student?
That's correct, yes.
You were not his PhD supervisor, were you?
I was not.
Good, thank you. There is one more map, I'm sorry, figure 18.
I'm not sure we've got figure 18.
We've not got figure 18, all right, we'll not worry about it.
Is it?
It may be from an earlier draft of the evidence, and I have it here, so let's not worry about it. If you could take a seat again, please, Dr. Dargy. I'd like to turn now to some observations made by the applicant's experts in the course of their evidence in chief or cross-examination in relation to your work. And if I can start with Dr. McMullen, I'd like you to comment. I'll try not to make these quotes too numerous, but perhaps for 10 or 15 minutes we can do that exercise. The first charge is that you have conflated NVC surveying work with a floristic survey. What do you say to that?
I disagree. NVC survey is not just about making a map with NVC codes upon it. The evidence for drawing those boundaries depends upon samples to be collected, which are then related to the NVC. So if you are labeling an area SD17 dune slack, you really ought to be examining carefully the species which you find there. The points which Dr. McMullen makes is that in 2 of the locations, in not Coul submissions, we indicate that we found the Baltic rush in the area, and this is the first time that this species has been known from the Coul area. But it was drawn from 2 quadrats that were taken, and we together with Andrew Weston on a single day, we managed, I think, about 18 quadrats, and that was one of the outcomes. We sampled 2 slacks, 2 quadrats, and in each of them we found some Juncus balticus. So
Juncus balticus
is the Baltic rush.
The Baltic rush. Okay. When you make a quadrat, do you disturb the ground, or do you simply mark it out with a tape and walk across it very slowly?
I carry 3 tapes. One is, 2 of them are 4 meters long, so they occupy 2 sides of a quadrat. And the 3rd tape, I think, is 2.82 meters, which is the diagonal. So I set out the diagonal first. I then put in one side and pull it tight. I then move to the other side, pull it tight, and I then have a perfect square, 2 by 2 meters.
Thank you. Next, Dr. McMullen made some observations about the felled plantation area. What he said was, not Coul consistently claim that the felled plantation area is regenerating back to dune-type habitat. However, says Dr. McMullen, the area is covered by stumps and woody debris. As a result of this and related changes to the substrate, the regenerating grassland is dominated by indistinctive mesotrophic grassland, especially false oatgrass, and bramble is extensive. So the allegation is that you have in some way misdescribed the regenerative capacity of the felled woodland.
This is not correct. Dr. McMullen's description fits reasonably well. Ground in the south of the felled plantation area, where most of the forestry equipment came through, bringing in the felled timber. And the churning of the ground there has actually increased the nutrition levels by burying considerable amounts of timber into the soil. I think this is one of the explanations why you find these mesotrophic grasslands there. But if you move immediately north of that, and we're talking now about 80% of the area now, you go onto the dry ground in those areas, and it's dominated by 2 species, sand sedge and wavy hairgrass. And there's no mention of these species by Dr. McMullen or by Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. More generally, Dr. McMullen says that you have, and I quote, failed to engage in good scientific practice, such as reflective practice, the formation and testing of multiple working hypotheses, or a reference to, 4 things, reference to peer-reviewed literature, or engagement in scientific inquiry with an understanding of concepts such as accuracy and precision, or the error associated with instruments. Now, there's quite a catalogue there. I don't want you to take too long, but how do you respond to that?
In terms of the accuracy of instruments, I do quote the supposed accuracy of my field GPS as plus or minus 2 meters. I note that, having stated that, Dr. McMullen states the make of his GPS, but he doesn't state the error for it. So, on the other things in terms of general methodology, the not Coul submissions were submissions by a third party with a time deadline to meet. I do not engage in the practice of producing a full, detailed, peer-reviewed paper for a submission to the Highland Council. I feel that this is really splitting hairs on the level of science. I will say that my work is done carefully, rigorously, and I hope fairly, in the sense that what I find, I have to report on.
Have you moved from that level of generality in the first not Coul objection to a higher level of precision in your inquiry report and in this evidence today?
I have, because I've been using my RTK instrument. I have a much higher level of precision there in terms of especially the heighting values which are generated, and this has enabled me to move from just simple studies of just how accurate was the Alba Ecology NVC survey on to generating this eco-hydrological model.
Thank you. The presence of wildfowl guano is something you referred to already this morning. Dr. McMullen, I think it was he who suggested that your hydrological model presented a simplistic and untested hypothesis that ignores the presence of overwintering wildfowl and their evident effect on nutrient levels. So the verb is ignore. Did you ignore that component?
In my precognition, you will see that I acknowledge that bird guano could be having an effect upon meadow sweet. I should have included it within the inquiry report. I already knew that guano was important. It's known in particular in Scotland at St Fergus, where migrating geese raise water levels in the winter, and I've done 2 NVC surveys at St Fergus, so I know what the impacts on the habitats there are. The inquiry report was produced in a fairly rushed manner, and I hope I corrected things in the precognition.
Cool. I move on to Dr. Barry, who of course is an eminent consultant hydrologist. No doubt you'll be challenged that you don't have hydrological qualifications. What do you say about that?
It's possible to use habitats to provide, I think, very meaningful eco-hydrological models without having to go into the great technical knowledge which Dr. Bowie says that you should have to undertake this work.
Well, it might be said to you, I don't know, but it might be said to you, well, you found what you wanted to find.
I don't think that's the case that has happened. I've been absolutely amazed at the precision of the results which have come out from this. It's an objective data analysis. I haven't influenced it at all in the nature of the data inputs.
Thank you. Dr. Barry says that you have used uninformed and unscientific methods of investigation, although to be fair, he ascribes that to objectors generally and not just to you, to attempt to characterize and conceptualize the water environment at Coul Links. Now, clearly you're not uninformed because you've told us what you found out, but generally, I hope you're capable of looking at this objectively. Is any part of this sloppy work, casual work?
Not at all. As a scientist, the next step on from this would be to validate the model. But to do that, you actually need to be taking samples of water from beneath the surface. It has become invasive work. I do not have permission to do that.
Right. We're told by Dr. Barry that you have reached your conclusions without proper consideration of the local environmental geology or continuum, or continuum mechanics and fluid mechanics. So there's 3 things there: geology, continuum mechanics, fluid mechanics.
I've looked very carefully at all the work which Dr. Bowie has produced for this inquiry and the material which he's submitted to SEPA under the car license work. I see nothing in there which uses explicitly continuum mechanics or fluid mechanics. There's nothing there.
Nevertheless, the accusation is made that you haven't taken those specialities into account.
That's right, and I see none of those those 2 specialities in his work. On the other point, the local environmental geology, we pointed out in his cross-examination that he had not included an area of bedrock outcrop to the east of Coul Farm, which is marked on the BGS geological surveys for the area. And I provided him with my own observations that there is bedrock exposure to the east, and these are recorded in my 1994 survey.
Your conclusions about the dome water table are said to be implausible and cannot be accepted. Now, I guess the corollary of that is you went out to find a dome water table and you found one.
When I was looking at the wetlands, I started to find wetlands which seemed to be higher than what I would have expected from them in relation to the surrounding low ground. And I've worked in other dune systems, and what dune hydroecologists know is that most dunes have a domed water system. So the comment by Dr. Bowie is quite incorrect. I noticed that in his inquiry report he's actually included a diagram of a domed water table with dune slacks organised around the dome. So it looks as if he might himself be admitting to the presence of domes.
Now, perhaps we can turn that up, can we? At APP. I'm sorry, I've just mislaid the number. Do you have it there, Dr. Dargy?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a number?
So this is APP 5.1?
5.1.
If we turn to page 23.
Yes, Dr. Barry's inquiry report. Beg your pardon. Page 23. Yes. Appendix 1, Figure 1. Is that the one you mean?
That's correct.
What do we see there?
This relates to a text on the preceding page, which is termed Hydrology of Dune Slacks. And this, for the first time in Dr. Bowie's work, is actually bringing in information from established published dune literature on the hydrology.
So this is a generic drawing. It's not a drawing.
It's a generic model. It does. It's meant to fit with any dune system, probably within the UK, as a very general model of relationships.
And so quickly, what can we see then, reading from right to left?
Well, reading from right to left, we have solid ground, non-sandy soils to the left, in which we have water coming into the dune system. We then have an area of blown sand, which forms an irregular dome. We have a dune to the left. We have 3 peaked dunes in the centre.
I wonder if the witness could slow down. I know that Mr. Campbell said very quickly, but it's going too quickly to note it.
Okay. Oh, my apologies.
Let's start again. Reading from right to left. Perhaps we can just do this by question and answer. It's easier. We have the sea, of course, to the right.
To the right, yes.
Then we have a young dune, which, as we heard from Dr. Hanson, is a result of deposition from the sea, of sediment.
That's correct.
We then have a slack labelled A. Yes?
Yes.
And then we have a foredune. We've heard about that from Dr. Hanson and indeed from Professor Pye as well. And then we have a deeper slack at B, but at a greater elevation.
That's correct.
And then we have additional dunes, a slack at E entitled moist slack, and then dropping down to landward, a third slack, a fourth slack at C, and finally a fifth one at D. Now, what point do you want to make about this drawing in relation to the domed water table?
You can use this schematic presentation to actually indicate different types of dune slack at Coul.
Right.
And before we come on to the dome, I'd like to point out that type A, influenced by the sea, is not present at all. We don't have sufficient young embryo dunes close to the sea for that, because we have a fairly erosional type of coastal edge. You then come to the tall frontal dune, which is in the illustration. Now on the inside of that you have this type B. Now type B will be the main winter lock inside the frontal dune at Coul.
And in relation to
and that's receiving water from 2 sources. It's receiving land from higher ground on the left of this diagram, and small flow from the actual narrower frontal dune just there. Okay. We then move to type E, which is described as a moist slack, and I can refer you to a type E because we entered one on the site visit. People might remember on that site visit, were going along the second fairway. We were approaching the green, but then suddenly in front of us there was a major depression. And I asked to go down into that depression, and I pointed out 2 plants. One was 4-leaved heath, Erica tetralix, and the other was June willow, Salix repens. And this is the highest type. This is a type of SD16 dune slack, and it's at the highest level of dune slacks within the zonation sequence at Coul.
So do you say that this illustration corresponds or helps us understand what we find in the north part of Coul Links?
That's correct. The type E is the highest ground, and that slack in that location is notably higher than the slacks around it, to the east and to the west.
This analysis is described by Dr. Bowie as unsubstantiated conjecture on your part, subjective and unsubstantiated conjecture. So there's quite a serious charge. What do you say?
Yes. I find what I find. What I see, what I find in the field, which is evidence with altitudes exactly measured. We can find for E, for example, we can see that this is at least 2 meters higher than equivalent slacks elsewhere. I can even show you using the RTK data that the slack edge, which is an ellipse, that the northwestern side is 15 centimeters higher than the eastern side, and that's the slope of the dome.
Okay. Down from there. Thank you very much. So I have one more topic to cover, but it's very short. But perhaps we could take a break, and then I just make sure that I have nothing else that I need to cover.
That's fine. Just one thing for me. We looked at this drawing initially because it was showing Dr. Dargy's point was that it illustrated the domed aquifer, or a dome in the water table. So just to be clear, that's the broken line under the slacks, or under the dunes, either side of E. That's the analogy you're drawing is with what you found at your scalable aquifer would be the analogy with that broken line that shows a dome. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So sorry, Mr. Campbell, you want a few moments just to...
Well, if I could just have a few moments to consolidate over a break, which might take 10 minutes, and then I will finish. I said 11:30.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Dargy, please, you'll recall the evidence of Mr. Haspel. You were here for that, I think.
That's correct.
Yeah. Mr. Haspel says this in his precognition. Dr. Dargy makes reference to the Coul Links sector, which he puts in inverted commas, instead of the SSSI in the context of some of his arguments on potential impacts. In my opinion, this exaggerates the potential impacts of the project on the SSSI. Does that convey a correct understanding of the way in which SSSIs should be dealt with when development is proposed?
No, you have to look very carefully at the red line boundary of the application that you're dealing with. Any exaggeration is not going to be major because 2/3, I think, of the dune habitat at Loch Fleet is within the Coul sector. So in terms of impacts on dunes, anything I quote is going to be perhaps an underestimate by about 1/3. The other thing I would also make is that some of the rules about assessing the impacts of a development will change independent of the area. Within the site condition monitoring system, there are a number of tests which are applied, and the first, for each habitat which you run the ruler over, the first one is does the extent stay the same? And in the case of a golf course, if you are removing dune grassland, dune heath, dune slack as part of that, you are rendering the site in permanent unfavourable condition. It cannot pass that test.
If you only take a small part of the SSSI, then that's okay. What do you say to that?
I disagree because the modelling work I've done suggests that especially the indirect impacts are going to be much more extensive.
Okay. The last matter, Dr. Dargy, concerns another golf course at Menny in Aberdeenshire. Were you employed as part of the consultants team by the developer of that golf course?
I was employed to provide information on habitats. I produced a new NVC survey for the area. I produced one earlier, I think in 1999, but I was able to go in and produce a much more detailed survey because I had plenty of time and resources.
I think it's right to understand that translocation was proposed for that site and that you endorsed or were asked to endorse the plans for that translocation. Is that right?
Yes, I made the initial planning of the translocation.
And did you supervise its execution?
No, I didn't. As part of the preparation, I put in place a detailed scheme to monitor water levels.
Could we have that again?
To monitor water levels and to take water samples and to take soil samples to try and establish the conditions for actually moving different types of habitat around the site and using them. Having started that work, I then wanted further studies to be made. I found that my budget was reduced to only 30% of what I required. I knew then that I could not fulfill the statements I'd made to the Meany public inquiry, and I therefore resigned from the project in early January 2009.
You resigned from the project?
I resigned.
Yeah. It may be put to you that you were an advocate for translocation and that in some way contradicts the evidence that you give here. What do you say to that?
No, I don't think there's any contradiction here. I was keen to use translocation to improve parts of the site which were not affected by the golf course. If you go to the discussions which we had with Dr. Cosgrove on where this translocation sits in terms of the mitigation hierarchy, at public inquiry, I agreed that we were dealing with compensation, but that this work was done so that the site would be, in some way, it would make up for the losses of habitat to the dune course.
Very well, thank you. So thank you very much. I have no more questions for Dr. Dargy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell.
With this examination in chief, much more than I'm accustomed to doing, but it is rather dense material, and I'm afraid it needed to be covered.
Okay, thank you. As a result, we're a little bit behind. My feeling was we would perhaps proceed until about 1 o'clock before we stop for lunch. Ms. Wilson, are you ready to start cross-examination at this point?
Yes, I am. Thank you, sir. But if you're hoping that we're going to make up time during the afternoon, then you're going to be disappointed.
Well, we'll have to think later on today then about what that means for our programme and the next 2 days of the inquiry. But we can come back to that.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dargy.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Yes, we've moved on past 12 o'clock.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Now, you tell us in your evidence that you've been the chair of Coul since September 2007. Sorry, 2017.
That's correct.
And who was the chair before you took over?
Mr. John Dewig.
Mr. John Dewig. And was he the founding chairman?
I believe so, because I came into the group after it was initially founded.
That was in 2016, is that correct?
That was correct. I'm just trying to give you a more exact date. We're probably talking late August or September 2016 when I found out just who was in Not Cool. I'd heard rumours about the group. I actually lived next door to John Dewey, but I did not know that he was the chair of the group.
And you tell us in your precognition, I think it is, although I slightly lose track of the different documents that we have from you, and maybe in your Appendix 3, but that so far as you're concerned, your responsibilities of chair of Not Cool don't in any way conflict with your obligations or under your professional code of conduct with SAIM, the Chartered Institute.
I believe that to be the case. In terms of working with this inquiry, we are dealing with matters of ecology and ecohydrology.
You're mumbling a bit, Dr. Dargy. You're mumbling a bit. Could you speak more clearly?
In terms of my duties to this inquiry, which concerned ecology and ecohydrology, I think I can do that without reference to the duties I've carried as chair of Not Cool.
I noticed you left out of account their hydrology.
I have no formal qualifications in hydrology, but as an undergraduate at the University of Hull, I had a second-year detailed course and a third-year course, which was much was taught by postgraduates doing PhDs in hydrology at the University of Hull. And in an 18-year university career, I worked with people who did carry the label of hydrologist. And my PhD research started in 1969 was upon hydrology and plants.
We'll come back to your lack of hydrological qualifications in due course, but I did notice that when you were suggesting there was no conflict with your code of conduct, you did so under reference to ecology and hydroecology, but you left out hydrology. Do you accept then that there is a conflict so far as you're giving evidence on hydrology?
No, I will see what information you have upon the need for hydrological qualifications.
You'll see what information I have.
You will make a case of the need for hydrology qualifications to act as a witness.
Well, I'll ask you questions. I won't be making a case against you. I'll be asking you questions and testing your evidence.
That's fine.
But you, on the other hand, in your evidence, make it clear that you are making a case on behalf of Coul Links.
The question's mistaken, sir. Dr. Dargy is not making a case on behalf of Coul Links. Making a case on behalf of Not Cool.
Sorry, not Coul. You're making a case on behalf of Not Cool in your evidence.
I'm making my case as an individual specialising in ecology and ecohydrology.
Well, an independent scientist doesn't argue its client's case, does it? He or she.
I'm not arguing Not Cool's case. I'm arguing as an independent scientist on ecology and ecohydrology.
So when we find references in your inquiry report to how you're arguing a case, how should we interpret those phrases?
Interpret them as the results of considered, detailed, careful study by an ecologist of almost 50 years' experience.
Just by way of example, the conclusion that you delivered to the inquiry this morning demonstrates that you are arguing a case. If you turn to paragraph 33 on page 8.
Of which document, please?
Precognition. That was what was read out this morning. We see there that your evidence to the inquiry this morning was to the effect, I have no option but to request straight refusal of this planning application. My case rests on three things: unconsidered environmental changes affecting the site, the applicant's work is of poor quality and substandard, the absence of proven mitigation for extensive negative golf course impacts. Now, as I think you know, Dr. Dargy, as we've come across each other before, I do a significant amount of this kind of work. And in my experience, an independent scientist studies the issue that they're giving evidence on, presents their evidence on the science, and leaves it for others with different responsibilities to set out for the reporters what the outcome of the case should be.
My task, as I saw it, was to draw conclusions relating to the integrity of the site and the extent to which it might be mitigated or compensated. The result of those studies is that I draw those three conclusions as part of the work.
But it's no part of your professional responsibilities to form a view as to whether or not planning permission for this proposed development should be refused. That's not within your professional remit.
I have to make clear to those with that remit what my views are.
But it's not within your professional experience. You're not a planner, are you?
No.
You're not a planning lawyer?
No.
And whether or not this planning application should or should not be granted involves many more considerations other than ecological or eco-hydrological considerations, doesn't it?
That's correct.
So to go back to my question, you're not in a position with your professional qualifications and experience to form a view as to whether or not this application should or should not be granted permission.
I think the scale of the potential effects which we're dealing with here inevitably ought to lead on environmental grounds to a refusal.
You acknowledge that you have professional obligations under the Code of Conduct, and you refer to those in your Annex 3 to your inquiry report. If you could have that in front of you, please.
I have that.
You have that? I think that's probably NC-138C.
3.
Annex 3.
It's 138D, I think.
138.3.
D.
D. Okay, thank you. First of all, in paragraph 2, you say this annex emphasises the range of my experience, the professional standards to which I'm obliged to work by SAIM. And then at the bottom of the page, you say, in line with the SAIM codes of professional conduct, my expert opinion will be expressed truthfully, objectively, and fully. This statement is addressed to the inquiry, and I fully understand that my duty to the inquiry overcomes any obligations to the opposition group, not Coul. I make clear which facts and matters referred to in this statement are within my knowledge and which are not. And by that, do you mean, when you say statement, your whole statement of evidence in the inquiry report and the precognition?
Yes, I think I'm going to stand by that.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to stand by that.
So we should read that as applying to the content of your inquiry report and your precognition?
Yes.
And does it also extend to the content of the two objections that have been submitted on behalf of Not Coul?
I stand by the evidence that I collected and wrote within those 2 documents, yes.
So it does extend to the content of those objections?
Yes.
And does it also extend to the content of the press statements that you've made during Not Coul's campaign when you've been chair?
I would have to receive the comments that were made. All press statements that I made were evidence-based.
Well, I know that's a phrase that you use quite regularly and has been used in the Not Coul publicity, that you're an evidence-based organisation. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's good evidence, does it?
I've done my work thoroughly.
So in paragraph 7, you say that you declare an interest as chair of the opposition group, but that the evidence and opinions you express in your evidence represent my true and complete professional competence on these matters. But you can't say that in relation to your evidence on hydrology, can you? Because that's not within your professional competence.
I have sufficient knowledge of hydrology to examine the hydrology within the work on hydrology within the environmental statement. I have to do that because I use some of that information for my own hydrological modelling.
Well, I can understand why you were motivated to do it, and we'll come to that in due course. But that doesn't answer the question, does it, that hydrology is not within your professional competence? You do not have the relevant qualifications.
"50 years ago, professional hydrologists were uncommon. You normally migrated into the discipline from something like geography and environmental science. I would argue that the work that I've done over 50 years does give me hydrological competence.
You do not have any relevant professional qualifications, do you, Dr. Dargy?
So this question's been asked twice now and answered twice. It's not necessary to
It hasn't
repeat
been answered twice.
it. It has been answered twice. I have a note of the answer twice, and it's not appropriate to, in my submission, not appropriate to ask it a third time.
What did you note as a response, Mr. Campbell?
The witness acknowledged that he does not have formal qualifications in hydrology. Twice.
You mentioned your experience of what was the norm 50 years ago. Do you accept now that most hydrologists have an engineering background?
Yes, I do.
And you also don't have any formal qualifications in geology, do you?
Geology was a subsidiary in my first year. It underpins a lot of work on my understanding of soils. I've retained a long and healthy interest in geology. But no, I don't have a formal qualification.
And you don't have any formal qualifications in hydrogeology either?
That's correct.
And then if you could please turn to paragraph 34 of this document. Now you say there that you followed the same code of professional conduct in all my work, including my inputs for the Not Coul opposition group. What do you mean by my inputs for the Not Coul opposition group?
It means that in my involvement with Not Coul, I must ensure that, as best as possible, other members of the group worked ethically and fairly in any commentary upon this development. That's what my leadership was overall, is really giving a steer to the inputs from others in the group.
And those obligations extended to yourself as well, I take it you accept that?
Yes, I do.
Now you say you referred to two versions of the Codes of Professional Conduct, and I think you produced those as a not Coul production. NC 146, I think, is the entry. But, sorry, the number, just let me check. Advisors, it's 145.
NC 145, yeah.
In my paper copy, there are two documents. There's the first of the Codes of Conduct, which is the 2004 version, and then there's the 2017. The first one that I'm referring to is the 2004 on page 1. Well, second page it will be.
It's listed in the document list as 2006.
I'm reading from the report at paragraph 34. I didn't see, certainly in my version, I didn't see a date on the document itself. But no, it is, yes, there's a note that it was approved in 2004. Yes. 3.1.5. 5.
I have that.
You have that, and are you familiar with that object of the, at this time it was the Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, the predecessor to SAIM, establish, uphold and advance the standards of education, qualification and conduct to those who practice ecology and environmental management as a profession. And then general professional obligations of 4.1 ensure that no action on their part is inconsistent with or harmful to the objects of the Institute in the Memorandum of Association or bring the Institute into disrepute. And then I think over the page we find in 4.5 act honestly in their dealings with others during the discharge of their professional duties. And then I think 5.1 is the paragraph that you refer to in your evidence. Report correctly, truthfully, clearly, and so far as is possible in the circumstances, fully, and convey their findings objectively. 5.2, identify the limitations to the interpretation of information which was utilised in reports or advice. And then 5.5, avoid and discourage the dissemination of false, erroneous, biased, unwarranted or exaggerated statements concerning ecology and environmental management. Now, you say in your evidence at paragraph 34 that you prefer this guidance to the 2017 guidance, but as I understand it, with a professional body, you don't have a choice as to which code of conduct you follow. You follow the one that's in force at the time.
I've read the two, and depending upon the particular issue that comes up, I follow the one which I really feel represents my position and the evidence that I have.
So is it your understanding that you have a choice as to which code of conduct you follow?
I would always start with the 2017 version. I would cross-reference it back to the earlier version to make sure that there is no conflict between the two. I find the 2004 version easier to understand.
And if you do find a conflict, which do you follow, the 2004 or the 2017?
It would be the 2017.
If we look at that next then, please, which I think is the next document under the same number. 2017 Code of Professional Conduct.
I've got it here. Yeah.
Sorry, just before we go to the 2017, I should have confirmed with you that paragraph 35 of your Annex 3, where you refer to the code being explicit on 3 matters, they're all taken from the 2004 guidance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Looking at the 2017 guidance, we see that it said that membership of SIAM is a recognised benchmark of professionalism within the field of ecology and environmental management. And down in the paragraph before the box, Code of Professional Conduct, the Code of Professional Conduct describes SIAM's expectations of members in all aspects of their professional lives. Members are bound through their continuing membership of SIAM to adhere to this code and to accept disciplinary decisions. Moving on from that, reference to the disciplinary procedures. And we find that there's then a number of mandatory requirements on a member, which firstly is to uphold the objects of SIAM and the reputation of the profession, which is a generally stated object. Number 3, only undertake work that I have the competence to do to the expected standard and seek appropriate advice, training and assistance if I'm involved in topics beyond my competence. And if we turn over the page to the supplementary notes, do we see in paragraph 3 there's a definition of what competence is? This is on page 2 of the document.
I have it.
Competence is defined as you know what to do. Secondly, you know why you do it. Thirdly, you know when to do it. Fourthly, you know how to do it. And fifthly, you can do it consistently well. And sixthly, you know your limits and when to seek assistance. Does that not suggest quite firmly that you should have sought assistance on the topics of hydrology and geology and hydrogeology?
We spent 2 months from the date of call-in, probably almost 3 months, to actually try and get the assistance of a professional hydrogeologist to work on this project. It involved Mr. Campbell driving to see people, Professor of Hydrology in the University of Aberdeen, for instance. We could not engage anybody from the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology or from the British Geological Society, because as members of the NERC, they are not allowed to perform at public inquiry. I made several attempts to approach consultancy firms upon this. Each of these involved a considerable amount of time and work because this is a complex application and the nature of the hydrogeological material is extensive. The outcome of this is that we did identify a geologist, and late in the day, because they had strong other commitments, they could not attend on this. I had to make the decision. This was just prior to November, that I had to myself take on the mantle of hydrology. And I knew that my own skills in eco-hydrology were sufficient to do this, and that my general knowledge on hydrology and geology was sufficient to understand much of the work which had been done by Dr. Bowie.
Well, Dr. Bowie approached matters in a very different way, and we'll come to his evidence in due course. But just staying with that answer that you gave me, you recognise, therefore, if you did go and seek to engage a hydrogeologist or a hydrologist, or I think you also mentioned a geologist, one or either, that in terms of your code, that's what you were expected to do.
We would have done it if we had found a person available and willing to do it.
So did you engage someone? You said that they were with you and then were no longer able to proceed. Did you initially engage somebody who then stepped down?
Yes, we did.
And did they step down because they didn't think they could support your case?
They stepped down because they did not have the time required to make all the preparations for this public inquiry. They had other commitments abroad and in the UK.
Do we see in paragraph 4 that, sorry, going back to the main body of the code, paragraph 4 within the box that we were looking at on page 1, exercise sound professional judgment in my work, identifying clearly the limitations and applying objectivity, relevance, accuracy, proportionality, and impartiality to information and professional advice that I provide. Now, I think I'm correct in saying we don't find, when you give evidence on hydrology or geological matters, that you set out for the reporters that there is a limitation to your competence in those areas.
No, I haven't stated that.
And do we see in paragraph 5, again, still in the same box, act at all times with professional integrity, avoiding or managing any conflict of interest? So it's very broad, any conflict of interest, and avoiding actions that are inconsistent with my professional obligations. Now, when you decided to take on the responsibility of being chair of Coul, did you give any consideration to the fact that in representing Coul in the media and in representing them in the advocacy in their case, that would conflict with your professional responsibilities to be independent?
From the outset, I realised that there was a strong potential for conflict of interest. But in terms of the specialisms in which I operated, I feel I did my work absolutely competently for ecology and eco-hydrology. I don't feel that anything I was doing with Coul conflicted with the type of work that I was doing.
Well, we'll come to look at the documents that have your name appended to them in due course. Just finishing lastly with this document, in paragraph 4, the supplementary notes, and that's on page 2. We see there, according to the Chartered Institute, that professional judgment is the process of applying knowledge and experience when making decisions or providing advice. So you're expected by your institute to exercise professional judgment when you provide advice. We can agree that.
That's correct, yes.
And as we see, it said that it's an important skill of any professional person, but such judgment can be open to challenge. A member must be able to explain how they have applied their judgment and the justification for doing so. Examples of where professional judgment might need to be applied and justified include applying proportionality in response to a particular set of circumstances or context. Could we agree that if you fail to apply proportionality in your criticisms relative to the environmental statement, then that would not be in accordance with the guidance that you have as to how to exercise professional judgment from your institute?
That's a possibility.
Thank you. Paragraph 5. Acting with professional integrity includes acting honestly, honourably, and in accordance with ethical principles such as fairness, impartiality, confidentiality, respecting others, and avoiding or managing conflicts of interest. So it's quite a long list of actings that are set down there.
It is.
Now, in your evidence this morning, and I think we find it in the written evidence too, you confirmed to my friend Mr. Campbell that you stood by the objections that were lodged, the first objection and the further objection on behalf of Not Cool. Have you given any consideration in the lead up to this inquiry whether or not you should have retracted some of the criticisms that we find in the first objection and the further objection?
Because the material which was in those two documents was evidence-based, I see no need to do a retraction, but I did consider, and I have considered all along, that a retraction might be necessary if I had alternative evidence to show that my results were incorrect.
Well, you did have alternative evidence from the witnesses for the applicant, but you have just set that aside and ignored it, haven't you?
Of course.
Of course, did you say?
I said, of course.
Why, of course? You're a professional who's supposed to exercise objectivity.
When you examine a body of knowledge as set out in an environmental statement and supporting documents, it defines a set of conditions which you then go and test. So having done the test myself, I then find myself at major variance with everything set down by the ecologists. Well, not everything, I mean on the NVC mapping of this application.
You found yourself at variance with everything in the MVC mapping?
Not with everything. There is some correspondence.
But as far as you did not entertain the possibility where there was not correspondence, that it was you that was wrong as opposed to Alba Ecology, did you?
The techniques that I use relating to NVC survey, I think, are sufficiently rigorous and based on considerable experience to suggest that it's more likely that I'm the one who's right and that Alba Ecology is wrong.
So, do we take from that in your view, if you're using the equipment you're used to, you're immune from human error?
I am as human as the next MVC surveyor, but it has to be demonstrated, and the way in which you do that is by checking field conditions, looking at the available evidence on what is, for instance, SD17 or SD16, to see that my judgment is correct or not.
If we go back to the answer that you gave me a short time ago, when I put it to you that you just set aside the evidence for the applicant's witnesses, your response without hesitation was, of course. Now, that doesn't suggest impartiality. That doesn't suggest that you reflected on that evidence and then went away and checked things. What it indicates is that, in your mind, you were right because you were the most experienced surveyor in relation to dune habitat, and that it was inconceivable to you that younger ecologists and surveyors from Alba Ecology could have come to a different view that was correct.
I had sufficient information to be very sure that my judgment in the majority of my cases was correct.
That's a very high level of confidence in an area where you told Mr. Campbell this morning that you accept variability in surveying.
I accept variability in the sense that there are a large number of people doing this, and that some of them are very experienced and some are not.
So did you form a view that the Alba Ecology surveyors were not experienced?
I had to go simply on the evidence of the information that I had of their work.
So the answer to that is you didn't know what their age and experience was?
I knew from scoping advice that they had to be experienced in dune survey. There was no other information given within the environmental statement what the nature of experience was.
Were you here when Dr. McMullen, who carried out an independent review of Alba Ecology's work on the instructions of the applicant, he found that the precision of Alba Ecology's work was more than 3 times better than your own?
What do you mean?
Say your own, I'm referring to your 1994 survey work.
What do you mean by precision?
Well, one factor that he referred to in his evidence was the fact that Alba Ecology had mapped 3 times more polygons than you did in your 1994 survey work.
Yes, I recall that statement by Dr. McMullen, and I've investigated it. The 2 maps which I think that you compared were not of like-for-like areas, so that the polygon totals that he will have quoted were not correct. What I have done is take just the Coul sector of the SSSI and take the Alba Ecology polygon total and take my total. And the result was that I think I had 112 polygons, and the result for Alba Ecology was something of the order of 250. So you have about a 250% increase in polygons. This I must say, there are polygon total is dependent, A, upon the quality of your mapping baseline, the aerial photograph that you're dealing with, and 2, the amount of time that you have to draw the polygons. My mapping baseline was an enlarged aerial photograph, and the enlargement was 1 to 11,000 in scale. I think that the mapping by Alba Ecology was 1 to 5,000 in terms of the field work. So you were dealing with a base which shows much greater detail. That's only one element of the accuracy of an MVC survey.
Don't worry, Dr. Darger, we are going to come back to the detail of the Alba Ecology survey work. I'm just exploring it with you at this point in time as an example of whether or not you're objective and impartial. And on that same note, could we look please at the first objection from Not Cool, and that's CD 3.11. Now, this was the first of the objections submitted on behalf of Not Cool, following submission of the planning application in September 2017. And we can see from the front sheet that it was submitted in your name using your professional lettering after your name and the designation of Chairman Not Cool. And in the first sentence, we see, please find below and attached a formal objection to the above. Sorry, do you not yet have it, Dr. Dargy? It's 21st December 2017.
Yeah, well, I have the document, but I'm not sure which page number we're dealing with.
We're on the very first page.
Oh, yes. Okay, got you.
And the first paragraph, we read, please find below and attached a formal objection to the above application by Not Cool, an unincorporated third-party group of qualified objectors. The first question that I have is, who in the group, well, first of all, does the group comprise only of what you describe as qualified objectors?
Qualified in the sense that they live locally. Most of them are professionals.
So are they individuals who've contributed to the objection that we have here?
In terms of planning policy, yes, we had a planning lawyer deal with that.
And was that planning lawyer a member of the Not Cool group?
Yeah.
Is that the same individual who prepared the planning statement for Not Cool?
The
Same individual who prepared the planning statement for Not Cool?
for this public inquiry?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so that's planning. So far as landscape and visual are concerned, we know that's Mark Steele.
Yes.
And is he also a member of the Not Cool group?
No, he's an independent.
Right. And economic issues, Dr. Westbrook.
Again, he's not a member of Not Cool.
We know from your evidence you refer to Andrew Weston. That's in paragraph 32 of your annex.
Yes.
And I think we know from productions that have been lodged involving tweets, etc., that he is a member of Not Cool.
He is a member of Not Cool.
And he's also the individual you name as the habitat surveyor who helped you carry out the survey work.
Yes.
And when you refer to him as a habitat surveyor, what are his qualifications? What are his qualifications?
He is a habitat surveyor with his skills derived by, I think, something to the order of 15 to 20 years experience. He does not have a degree in biology, he has a degree in English.
So field work is the basis of his
That's correct, yes.
experience. And how many members in total comprise the group?
Sorry.
How many members in total comprise the Not Cool group?
I think we are about 8.
8 of you. you turn to page 2, please, of the objection. You say there, after you have in bullet points identified the subject matter, these submissions consider the adequacy of the environmental statement and the submissions made therein under various chapter headings. So far as possible, they try not to trespass on the jurisdiction of other objectors whose submissions have already been made, including statutory consultees. And I take it that's a reference to SNH and SEPA, as far as the statutory consultees are concerned.
That's correct. I recognise within this text, which was put into the letter by our planning lawyer.
Right. And we know from the content of the document that you also rely upon Bug Life and Butterfly Conservation Association.
That's correct, yes.
And there's also reference to the Scottish Wildlife Trust.
That's correct.
Paragraph 5 on page 4. Did you draft this section on planning policy, or was that your planning lawyer?
The planning lawyer.
So is it correct that you're not in a position to give a view as to whether or not the Habitats Directive test applies in this case?
Can you repeat the question?
You're not in a position to give a view as to whether or not what's referred to there as the Habitats Directive test applies.
I'm aware that this area within Scottish planning policy has changed since the date of this submission and this inquiry. And knowing that sort of change, I would have to think quite clearly about whether I'm in a position to have an opinion or not. My understanding now is that the Ramsar site is to be treated under SSSI legislation.
Yes, because we see in paragraph 8 under reference to SPP, it said by operation of law, a Ramsar site is ipso facto a Natura 2000 site and entitled therefore to the protection of the Habitats Directive. Now, the position of the applicant's legal advisors is that that is incorrect, and that the position in Scottish planning policy law has always been that if there's not a relevant Natura site to the particular interests, it's the SSSI that is looked at. But if you don't feel comfortable answering questions on this legal issue, just say so.
I would have thought, given that we're having, we have already had an exchange of written submissions on this, and given that the witness is not professing to be a planner or a lawyer, that it's probably not a fruitful line to discuss just now.
Well, so the only reason that I asked that particular question, and I don't intend to take it any further, is that Dr. Dargy does make reference in his evidence to whether or not integrity is adversely affected.
The question as asked is a pure legal question. The witness has told us he's not a lawyer and he's not a planner, and that he's not the author of this part of the submission made as the first objection to a planning application, right or wrong. So, with respect, there are two things. First of all, he hasn't professed competence to answer the question or deal with the topic. And secondly, it's potentially out of date because Scottish Government guidance has altered ad interim.
Well understands, although deflecting from the point, that the question of whether or not, of what integrity test is applied depends upon what one's understanding is in relation to Ramsar sites. And I left it open to Dr. Dargy to say whether he felt unable to discuss that point, and I don't think he's answered that question yet.
I will answer it that at the time that anything which I submitted in relation to Ramsar, I felt reasonably confident to stand by that judgment. But that with the recent clarification of Ramsar in relation to a site which is not underpinned by SAC, I'm less confident about what role Ramsar will play within this inquiry.
Thank you. Could you turn to page 6, please, in section B? Now,
Ms. Wilson, sorry, just, I said we would have lunch around 1 o'clock. It's 10 to 1, so just whenever you think there's a natural break in cross-examination might be the time to do that.
now would be a good time, because I'm moving into the detail of the environmental and ecological part of the objection.
Okay, if we can break then, I'm going to try and keep us to 30 minutes just so as we can make good progress today. So if we can aim to try and start back at 1:20, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much. Ms. Wilson, if you want to carry on with the cross-examination when you're ready. Thank you.
Dr. Dargy, before lunch we were looking at page 6 of the first not cool objection, where the objection turned to environmental and ecological issues, the summary. Did you write this part of the not cool objection?
It was written jointly.
With whom?
Mr. Campbell.
And
If you switch off your microphone, Mr. Campbell.
Of course. Sorry, apologise.
still on. The first statement to the effect there is a wholly inadequate analysis of the effect of the development of permanent land which is subject to statutory or treaty designations. Was that your view, that it was wholly inadequate?
Yes, it was.
And is this based primarily upon the NVC survey?
No, I went through all the major ecological receptors, and there is a summary table at the back of this document in which I did my own likely assessment, and I found that I was very dissatisfied with the quality of the environmental statement.
I think that's the section right at the back, is it? That's headed, not cool, a very poor environmental statement, the evidence not cool fact sheet. See if we can find an electronic page, it says.
Yes, I have that.
Page 100. Is that what you're referring to, Dr. Dargy?
Yes.
And how did you describe that? How did you describe that a moment ago? You said something about being your assessment.
No, that's not the table. There is a matrix. Page 32, comparative importance ratings and ecological impact assessments for key ecological receptors.
This is where we have your resultant effect, which I think is not dissimilar to what you report in your precognition that you read out today.
Yes.
That sort of summary where you identify an issue and then say, I find significant adverse.
Yes, that's the case, and there is an update of this table in the second not cool objection.
Now, from all that you say in your written evidence, it's my understanding that you do not have a particular expertise in environmental impact assessment work.
I have a lot of experience in ecological impact assessment.
You refer to the fact that you contributed to the ecological chapter for the many environmental statement, but you don't cite any other environmental statements that you're a contributor to.
No, but I've done a considerable amount on wind farm planning applications, and I would think that there are at least 20 habitat chapters which I've authored, probably since about the year 2000.
And have you contributed in respect of specific habitats?
Which habitats?
With the wind farm developments, have you contributed in relation to
Yes.
impacts on particular habitats, primarily?
Yes.
peatland?
The SEPA regulations regarding GWTE are fairly recent. But certainly the last wind farm application that I did, I worked closely with a hydrogeologist to do the chapter on GWTE assessment.
So in that instance, you did work together with a hydrogeologist for the purposes of assessing likely impacts?
Yes, in that case, there was the firm doing most of the hydrological work had an in-house specialist to work with.
So if you could go back to the section B, in paragraph 2 you say Dornoch and Loch Fleet Triple SI. I think that is supposed to be Loch Fleet Triple SI. This is at paragraph 2.
Sorry, I am completely lost.
Page 6 that we were on before.
Oh.
Still within the
first objection.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have it.
It's the main body of the objection.
That is an incorrect name.
So I think that's supposed to be a reference to the Loch Fleet Triple SI.
Loch Fleet Triple SSI, and what Dornoch refers to, I can't be sure that will be the Dornoch Firth SSSI.
Are you saying that you intended to refer to two different triple SIs?
I think what you have here is a potential conflation between the Ramsar site and the Loch Fleet SSSI. In the context of the statement, we should really strike out the words Dornoch, and so we just refer simply to Loch Fleet SSSI.
Then you go on to say it contains a complex interlocking series of established ecological interests which are not understood within the ES. Consequently, the significant impacts of the golf course proposals are insufficiently explained in the ES. I suggest to you that's flawed reasoning, just because there are triple SI interests which have to be examined. It doesn't follow that they're insufficiently explained.
At the time, they were insufficiently explained. This was submitted in December 2017, in which the hydrological information relating to the development was deemed inadequate by SEPA, and we saw that we had an objection based on lack of information. So it was impossible at this stage in time, in terms of trying to understand potentially complex interlocking series, to actually do that using information in the statement.
Well, I'll come to the SEPA objection letter shortly when we go into the detail. But maybe that you're not aware of this in the way that Dr. Bowie is, but it's not uncommon in a complex development for an environmental statement to be put out for consultation, and on hydrological issues, further information to be provided in response to a SEPA holding objection. Are you aware of that?
Well, that explains the situation which happened here at Coul, yes.
And then if you go down, please, to paragraph 6. You say an adverse effect on the ecological integrity of the Coul SSS sector is likely. On what basis do you think the correct approach to assessment is to look at the part of the Coul links sector separately from the rest of the SSSI when assessing integrity?
I think the main feature to draw out from that are the dune slacks. We're talking about the sand dune interest at Lockfleet, and there is no dune slack interest on the other side of the estuary.
In methodological terms, what guidance are you able to point to say that there is support for your position that if you're assessing integrity, effect on integrity of a SSSI, it's legitimate just to look at one small part or one part?
It's not a small part. We're talking of almost 160 hectares for this sector.
Well, I changed it and said parts. Can you point to any guidance that allows you to look at an impact on one feature where there's, I can't remember off the top of my head, but about 9 or 10, and look at only one area within the SSSI and not the SSSI as a whole? Can you point to any guidance that supports that approach?
I don't know of any guidance which is available generally, but I understand there is internal guidance within SNH on looking at integrity in relation to potential developments. I'm not familiar with that document.
I was just going to ask you. Thank you for that. And when you make the comment in paragraph 7 that the biodiversity net gain measures that are proposed are simply cosmetic, that's a very dismissive comment, is it not, when you look at the proposals contained within the document that was lodged as part of the environmental statement?
At the time, we didn't have a full RAMP document, and I may not have, I would use more cautious words if that information had been available at the time of the submission.
Well, I'm not just talking about the recreational and access management plan. I'm talking about the document that sets out what the applicants put forward as biodiversity net gain, and that's a separate document, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And what I'm putting to you is that if you look at and understand the area of the SSSI that could be enhanced through the implementation of these measures, then your outright dismissal of it suggests you're not being objective.
I still regard most of the components of the biodiversity net gain as largely cosmetic.
Well, that's your opinion. Paragraph 8, you refer to recent SNH information on the Lockfleet SSSI dune habitats obtained using FOI show that all the habitats in the Coul sector are in favourable condition except for Dune Heath. That's incorrect, isn't it, if you look at the site management statement?
The site management statement was produced before the site condition monitoring, and it's a reference to the whole of the SSSI and its site condition. We're now talking about conditions at Coul and its contribution to that overall condition.
Well, you told me just a moment ago that the reason that you restricted your assessment on integrity to the Coul sector was because of the fact that you considered it to be more important for sand dune habitat. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And although you single out Dune Heath, in terms of the condition and monitoring report, do you accept that it's sand dune habitat generally that is in unfavourable condition declining?
Unfavourable condition, but I don't think it's declining.
Well, we'll look at that document. That's CD 5.2. CD 5.2. On the front sheet, do you see that the entry for sand dunes is unfavourable? That's recovering in
That's October 2003, yes.
What do you understand to be the position in the 2014 condition monitoring report?
I thought that it was unfavourable condition unchanged.
Yes, I don't think you have to. That's the feature name, and it's CD 5.8 says for your records. Were you here when Mr. Hughes of SWT gave evidence?
No.
The last site visit was August 2014, and we can see at the top of that Lockfleet SSSI sand dunes. So it's not just Dune Heath, it's all aspects of sand dune habitat.
That's correct.
And there it's noted unfavourable, no change. Now, you then go on and say in paragraph 8 on page 7 of your objection that the invading species, and you only mentioned gorse and birch, are a minor problem. Do you think they're a minor problem just because you considered gorse and birch?
Within the procedures for undertaking site condition monitoring, there are thresholds set for invading gorse and birch. And those are only, I think, marginally exceeded in the Coul sector of the SSSI. So its contribution overall is, yes, unfavourable, but marginally so.
I think you just said that the thresholds were exceeded.
The threshold, yes. The problem with these as invasive species means that for the Coul sector, it would be deemed unfavourable condition for dune heath.
And go back to my question as well. Do you categorise it as minor because you only take into account 2 invasive species as opposed to all the other species that are discussed in Dr. McMullen and Arbor Ecology's work?
If we're referring back to the site condition monitoring procedure, you would have to go and examine the details of the site condition monitoring report that was undertaken.
No, I wouldn't have to do that, Dr. Dargy. You should have done that before reaching this conclusion. Is it not clear that this is a gross understatement by you as to the significance of the problem from invasive species?
I did undertake it, and we include in this report the actual full details of the site condition monitoring which was complete. And this is not a summary report, which you have here. It's a full detailed one which is broken down by land ownership, which helps you to see where the problems in Lockfleet SSSI are located.
Well, I would suggest to you that the evidence to the inquiry is more in favour of invasive species being a significant problem.
My own view on invasive species has changed slightly, mainly as a result of all the work on eco-hydrological monitoring, because we now appreciate that meadowsweet is a notable invasive species in wet ground in southern Coul.
And also burnout rose is now identified as a significant problem. Invasion from burnout rose is a significant problem as well. Is that the case?
Burnet rose is a known component of the SD9 dune grassland community. It's present at Coul in varying amounts, and in some places it's beginning to show invasive behaviour because it's deriving nutrients and probably increased moisture from the water table, the groundwater.
Well, it's a matter of dispute, your theory in relation to increased wetness. I don't think it's a matter of dispute between the applicants and other parties that there is increased nitrogen levels and nitrogen deposition within the SSSI. But we can take it from that answer that you acknowledge that the issue and the problem associated with invasive species is more significant than when you wrote this.
It is more significant than what I wrote at this time.
In paragraph 13, when you're referring to the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations 2011 and the well-known jurisprudence concerning its predecessors, what are you referring to?
This is a paragraph by Mr. Campbell.
Right. Could you turn on to Annex 1, please, in which there is more detailed discussion. Now, in paragraph 1, you say not Coul wishes to register within its formal submission to Highland Council that the ES and its supporting documents are of a very poor standard. We find that reflected in your table.
Sorry, where are we?
Page 2 of Annex 1.
Page?
2 of Annex 1.
Page 2 of Annex 1.
Where you set out a more detailed justification for the headline that you put out to the press, that the ES is not fit for purpose.
Apologies. Okay, I have it.
So I was putting it to you that we find here in this section the supposed justification for your conclusion that the ES is of a very poor standard. Now, you said in your evidence that you adhere to all the views within this document, and I think in the further objection of 21st May 2018, a lot of what we find in here is not repeated, but there's a cross-reference back to this objection, and the position is made clear that you maintain your position. Do you still maintain your position that the ES is of a very poor standard?
Yes, I do.
This is an example, another example, of how it is that you don't accept any other professional opinion of your own, because at this point in time, we know that SNH don't agree with you because they don't have any objection to this proposal based upon failings or inadequacies in the environmental statement, do they?
That is probably fairly reflects the SNH position, yes. I am an independent environmental scientist entitled to my own views.
Well, you have obligations under the Code of Conduct, your profession's Code of Conduct.
Yes, I do.
And separately, we know that SEPA has no outstanding objection in relation to the adequacy of the environmental information provided through the EIA process, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thirdly, we know that the Highland Council is planning authority and competent authority under the EIA regulations and also, under the Habitats regulations, are also content that the ES is fit for purpose, correct?
I have to say yes to that.
And as we know from Dr. Cosgrove, as a consequence of the professional complaint, which was based upon this objection that we're looking upon, 3 fellows of SAIM, together with an environmental lawyer, examined this documentation and concluded that it was fit for purpose, as the complaint was not upheld.
It was considered acceptable on the grounds that it did not infringe any of the work required under scoping.
I'm sorry?
It was considered fit for purpose on the grounds that it did not, that it complied with the requirements set out in scoping.
You're telling the inquiry that was SAIM's conclusion? Are you telling the inquiry that that was SAIM's conclusion? That because it complied with scoping, it was fit for purpose?
No, I think that the words used is that they dismissed the complaint in its entirety.
So you've seen the decision of SAIM, have you?
No, I haven't.
Well, where did that come from?
It came in the email from the complainant that he sent me informing me of the decision by CIEM.
So your first answer that CIEM's conclusion was based purely on scoping isn't in fact correct?
I think, yes, I think that's the case. If I go back to the email that I had from him and his explanation of why that decision had been made, it was that the Alba Ecology had complied with the scoping advice submitted by SNH.
But as you're telling us, you didn't see the decision, that's that individual's account as to the basis of the decision.
That's correct. You know, I've seen nothing of what he submitted.
Whereas Dr. Cosgrove, when he gave his evidence, had received that letter and had formed the view that it was quite clear that the Institute was satisfied that Alba Ecology complied with the Code of Conduct for the EIA work, in respect to the EIA work.
I have to accept the judgment of CIEM on this matter.
And the significance of the Highland Council's position is that you made these representations to the Highland Council together with the further objection, and the Highland Council as planning authority and also as competent authority rejected your submissions on these matters. That's to be implied from the fact that they didn't uphold the arguments that were advanced by you as to the basis upon which planning permission should be refused.
I have to accept that as a position of Highland Council, yes.
Go on in paragraph 1 to say the consequence of accepting this part of not Coul's submission is that the EIA as it stands must be rejected as unfit since it fails its statutory and primary purpose, which is to identify actual and potential significant impacts on the environment and to consider possible mitigation of these impacts. But the reality, although you haven't changed your opinion at all since you wrote this, notwithstanding all the additional evidence that's become available to you through this inquiry process, you are now in an isolated position on this topic. Is that not fair? You stand alone with this view that the ES is not fit for purpose.
That might be the case, yes.
But despite that, to use Dr. McMullen's explanation of good scientific practice, you don't think that you should adopt a reflective approach to science and step back and wonder why you are in an isolated position.
I will do the reflection when we know the result of this planning inquiry.
As I understand it, good science involves reflecting in an iterative manner as you go forward, working from a hypothesis to a conclusion, to reviewing your conclusion when evidence is brought forward that challenges your conclusion. But you haven't done that.
I cannot do that because no evidence has been brought forward to challenge my evidence.
Well, I think as we established before lunch, evidence has been brought forward. The applicant's witnesses have brought forward very detailed evidence in answer to criticisms, but as you've told us before lunch, you just set it aside.
I see nothing in Dr. McMullen's work which is an objective testing of the accuracy of the NVC survey.
We'll come to that, don't worry, Dr. Dargy. Paragraph 7 at the bottom, you bemoan the fact that climate change is a factor to consider in assessment was scoped out. but there is a formal scoping process that should be followed in accordance with SAIM guidance, isn't there?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
There is a formal scoping process
Yes.
that is set down in accordance with SAIM guidance.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the 2016 SAIM guidance?
Yes, I have consulted it.
Could you have APP 2.4 in front of you, please? Could you turn, please, to box 3 on page 4?
I have that.
And are you familiar with this part of the guidance?
Yes, I am.
So you know that this identifies those parties who should be consulted for scoping purposes, and it doesn't include the public at large, does it?
It doesn't, no.
And at paragraph 2.6 on the next page, do we see in the second sentence, the scoping opinion summarises the specific advice of the competent authority concerning the required coverage and content of the ES. Although not a legal requirement, a scoping opinion can help to avoid problems by ensuring consensus on the scope of the assessment. So looked at in that context...
I'm lost again, I'm sorry. The next page.
Paragraph 2.6 on page 6.
On page 6, sorry.
Again, please.
2.6 on page 6. If you read the last two sentences.
A scoping opinion summarises the specific advice of the competent authority concerning the required coverage and content of the EIA. Although not a legal requirement, a scoping opinion can help to avoid problems by ensuring consensus on the scope of the assessment.
And that's the proper context within which to read what you say in paragraph 7. The dunes at Coul are changing and adapting to climate change relatively quickly. Regrettably, and as not Coul submits irresponsibly, the ES has scoped out climate change as a factor to consider in assessment. Given that it wasn't identified as something that was likely to have a significant effect in relation to this development, it was hardly irresponsible, was it?
I would accept that as a point, but it's a yawning gap.
In your opinion, it's a yawning gap, but not in the opinion of those who were consulted or the Highland Council who issued the scoping opinion.
I accept that as the position.
And relying upon that as one of the factors, you then say in paragraph 8, Not Coul quickly concluded that the ES was not fit for purpose once it was made available at the beginning of October 2017. Not Coul does not make this charge likely because it realises that it is dealing with issues of professional competence and integrity. So that statement conveys, does it not, that you were well aware that in making those allegations you were essentially alleging breaches of the professional code?
Yes.
And that is a serious matter for one professional to make against another, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And you did so, from our discussions so far, without pausing to reflect on whether or not you were wrong and Albury Ecology were correct.
In coming to my decision, I checked my instruments, my databases. The information I collect is what I collect for all my clients for sand dune work. And there was such a scale of departure from what I thought was the most likely type of habitat within the multiple polygons that I had to stand up and say something about this.
Well, you didn't say it in a balanced way, did you, Dr. Dargy, for a professional ecologist?
I refer you again to the scale of difference which I found. Somebody has to stand up and say that there is something wrong here.
Do we see in paragraphs 9 and 11 that it's apparent that, as far as you reach that conclusion, you rely very heavily upon your use of your Magellan GIS GPS handheld system?
That's correct, yes.
And I think you acknowledged in your evidence before lunch that if the input data was wrong, that of course there would be errors in the output. That's self-evident, isn't it, and well known when using computer programs and the like, or
That's correct.
software.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me a moment. Now then in paragraph 12, you make reference to your disagreement in relation to aspects of the habitats, and you say these potential serious impacts were attributed to a flawed developer's habitat baseline. Is that a reference to the MVC?
Yes.
It's the last sentence of
Yes,
paragraph.
I've got the last sentence.
Your reference to the flawed developer's habitat baseline, is that a
Yes.
reference to the MVC
Yes,
survey?
flawed developers habitat baseline, correct. I knew nothing about any liaison hole by hole between developer ecologists and course designers. So I'm not sure about the second part of that sentence.
Your reference to the flawed developer's habitat baseline, is that a reference to the MVC?
Yes.
Is that a reference? Right, thank you. And when you said you know nothing about liaison between the developers' ecologists and course designers, was that then just speculation if you knew nothing about that?
It's not fully speculation because I attended all the public sort of consultation meetings, and within those, Bill Coul spoke very warmly of Dr. Cosgrove and the time that they'd spent in the field together. So obviously there was liaison, but I state here I'm unsure that liaison was whole by whole.
In paragraph 14, you refer again to your GIS information as being the basis upon which you adhered to the original view that you formed. And over the page 4, you say, not Coul therefore requests the Highland Council regards Its objection on ecology is a sound, factually based and authoritative document. It offers independent scrutiny. Well, it's not independent scrutiny because you were acting for an objector. Is that not the case?
The work was done by an independent ecologist, and I state clearly in the last two lines that I was willing to pass my records to other independent scientists for checking if there is doubt on their accuracy.
I think we see that in document APP 2.15, if you could go to that, please. APP 2.15.
Is it 2.5?
2.15, yes, thank you.
Okay. This appears to be on scoping advice for birds.
If you turn to the back of the document, you should find an email from you yourself to Stuart Angus, dated 30th October 2017.
I think the pages are numbered at the bottom. What page is
Here
it?
we are.
30th October. Dear David,
Yes. Do you have that?
Yes, I have it, thank you.
So this is an email from yourself to Professor Stuart Angus at SNH. Who's Stuart that you're referring to? Stuart Angus. Oh, dear David and Stuart, you're saying, I think. I received the attached SWT objection letter today. It's not on the Highland Council website, yet I presume it's still in the postal system. It's too long to submit online. No, Coul has worked closely with wildlife organisations, and SWT accepted a great deal of information from me. I have checked their document carefully, and I have been acknowledged and correctly reported, and at great length. I've worked hard at Coul for many weeks to gather sound information on the accuracy of the environmental statement, particularly the baseline MVC Phase 1 GIS layer. All of us know that the developer's GIS layer underpins so much else in the ES. I consider it unsound, and SW has reported that. Not Coul has also initiated interest from the Ramsar Secretariat, but will involve a process involving DEFRA. I leave SNH to make up its own mind upon the accuracy and judgment shown in the ES ecology. I will respect that when the SNH letter is published. What did you mean by I will respect that when the SNH letter is published? Is that an indication that if SNH didn't accept the accuracy and judgment of your information, you would accept their opinion?
That's correct.
But when they didn't accept your information, you didn't accept their opinion, did you?
I think you're going to have to take me to your next point.
Does that mean you're refusing to answer the question, or you don't understand the question?
I can't provide you with an answer because, well, clearly I've gone on and maintained my position, even if SNH admits that it has to work with the Albert Ecology NVC data.
Could you look at CD 2.8, please, and just keep that letter as well on your screen? CD 2.8 is the SWT objection letter that you refer to in that memo. may have that number wrong. It's been pointed out that that's the access officers.
2.7.
2.
Okay.
Check, but I think it may be 3.7 and bad handwriting. CD 3.8. Apologies.
The Scottish Wildlife Trust, SWT. Is that the SWT letter?
Do you have the letter of 27th October 2017?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Hughes was taken to this when he gave his evidence. And if you turn, it's not numbered. To page 6 and go to the paragraph at the bottom which should read, no information is given in the ES about sand dune habitats in the Ramsar site as a whole. Do you have that?
Not so far, sorry. Oh, I'm not used to the device. You say it's the last paragraph on a page?
It should be showing up as page 6 on the screen.
I don't seem to have page numbers. Page 6.
I'm not going to do evidence.
I'm not going to cross-examine you then.
Tell me which page.
6.
I'm afraid there are no page numbers in this version, so can you find a chapter heading for me?
Well, the top of the page is mid-sentence, collapses of the outer Fore-Dune Ridge, and then right at the bottom of the page is the beginning of a paragraph that begins, no information is given in the ES about sand dune habitats. There's no heading on the page.
Okay, got it. So it's that page, no information.
Yes, I'm reading from the bottom of that page, page 6, to the top of the next page. So we see there no information. This is Mr. Hughes writing to the Highland Council. No information is given in the ES about sand dune habitats in the Ramsar site as a whole, or the extent of sand dune habitats on other Ramsar sites. It therefore does not contextualise the importance of Coul links within the wider Dornoch and Lochfleet Ramsar site, and fails to point out its importance within the Ramsar site series. So that's what is being addressed. He then goes on to say, we've compared the sand dune communities identified at Coul links in the SDVSS and the National Vegetation Survey reported in the ES and in Annex B. Phase 1 Habitat, MVC and GWTE survey report. Variance between MVC surveys separated in time carried out by two different surveyors is to be expected. So Mr. Hughes is accepting at that stage that variations would be expected, which confirms what Dr. McMullen and Dr. Cosgrove say, which is that it's a norm to find variations.
Yes, I would agree that you will have variations for these two sets of reasons. The first paragraph that you read out, no information is given in the ES about sand dune habitats, etc. Ramsar. I don't recollect that being anything that I contributed to SWT.
Right, okay. Well, if we move down halfway through that paragraph, do you see a sentence that begins, there is no evidence that the ES provided to demonstrate the particular experience the surveyors had surveying sand dune communities. Dr. Dargy has done work at Coul looking at the ES MVC and comparing it to his own assessment of the communities that are there now. And then we find a summary by Mr. Hughes of your findings, essentially, don't we?
That's correct, yes.
And then he makes a statement in the last sentence of that paragraph. We note that Dr. Dargy, perhaps the foremost expert in sand dune vegetation in the UK, has described the MVC as probably not fit for purpose. So it's clear that you were not only forming your own view, but you were disseminating this view between other consultees and objectors.
I was asked to give information to SWT in a form which agreed with the information by not Coul. People in groups opposing this development had limited information, or at least limited resources to pull together their individual objections, and therefore we decided to pool expertise if they wished it. And SWT asked me to write a summary of what I'd found to go into their letter, which covered as many of the issues that they were concerned about.
Do you understand that in front of this public inquiry, Mr. Hughes withdrew his criticisms of the NVC survey work carried out by Albury Ecology and separated himself from your opinion of it?
I didn't realise that he had done that.
When I was cross-examining him, he was referred to the NVC survey, and he volunteered that, in his opinion, it was an excellent piece of work. So, again, you're left isolated, are you not, Dr. Dargy?
If that's correct, then yes, I would be isolated.
And similarly, notwithstanding the offer you extended to Professor Angus on 30th October 2017, he's distanced himself from your criticism, having also confirmed in his evidence to the inquiry that he's content overall with the MVC survey. I think you were present when he gave his evidence.
I'm aware of the comments which Professor Angus made in his hole-by-hole checking of habitats within the Gulf footprint. Within that, there is at least one location where he knows that there is an error in Albury ecology work. It concerns a dune slack. But Professor Angus's work was confined to the Gulf footprint, and he has not studied the wide area beyond the Gulf footprint.
You're aware that he walked the golf course with Dr. Kate Massey from Albury Ecology?
Yes, I understand he did do that.
And there's been evidence to the effect that he expressed himself content overall with the MVC work that had been done.
I don't know the wording that he maintained. I've seen SNH material elsewhere which said that they do have differences in understanding the Albury ecology work, but they were able to work with those differences with their own information in GIS to come to a conclusion.
Whereas you took a different stance to SNH, whilst SNH, and in particular Professor Angus, noticed that he had come to a different view in certain classifications, he didn't consider it fundamentally undermined the work. Did he? Whereas you take the view that because you find differences, it's just not fit for purpose.
It's the scale of differences that we're talking about. There is no indication in the commentary by Professor Angus that he found large tracts of habitats which were not mapped by arbor-ecology.
My recollection of the evidence, and no doubt the reporters had their own notes and submissions will be made in due course, but my recollection was that the main difference between Professor Stewart and arbor-ecology came down to land take and how you use the MBC for the purposes of identifying the amount of dune habitats that were lost to the development or indirectly impacted upon.
Yes, that will probably be the position that he maintained. In his work, can I stress that he wasn't working with a fine GPS system in which the Gulf boundaries were included as a GIS layer, which is visible. That is the way in which I work. It means that I know more or less exactly where I am upon a fairway or a green, or what sort of distance I am away from the side of it. From Professor Angus's work, it looked as if he was working with paper maps, probably a handheld GPS, and whatever part of the aerial photograph might have been visible within his image.
It's clear from your evidence, both written and oral evidence today, that you place enormous reliance upon your ability to make good use of this GIS GPS system that you have.
That's correct. I would not be able to make the comments I have without it.
And if there was a flaw in the way that you were using it, then your comments that you do make, and they're not just comments, they're criticisms, and they're very severe criticisms, they would have no proper basis, would they?
So that's not a proper question. There's no fundamental basis in the applicant's case for an allegation against Dr. Darby, Dr. Dargy, that he has either misused or improperly used the GPS location equipment. That's a technical matter, and I think one would have expected, in my submission, one would have expected to see or hear an applicant's witness telling us why Dr. Dargy had either improperly or wrongly misused the equipment. So, with respect, that's not a proper question.
So I'll come back to this in due course, but I have already put the question to Dr. Dargy, and it wasn't objected to, that as a matter of principle, if the input data was incorrect, then the output data would be incorrect. And that was agreed to. And I will be coming back in due course to whether or not there was clear evidence of improper use of it during the site visit.
Well, my own friend is quite right that she's put a question along the lines of rubbish in, rubbish out, and that's a truism, if you don't mind me saying so. The question she asked the witness a minute or two ago is a different question. Wrongful use of technical equipment.
Okay, but you said you were moving on just now, and we come back to this one. Okay.
Can I make a simple point about my equipment?
Yes, you can.
The equipment I use, which is a small handheld blue machine, well, it's not small, it's quite bulky, is specified in the manual as a root mean square error in terms of positioning of 2 meters. I can see the lines of the golf course upon it. I have a flashing cursor upon it which tells me where I am. In addition to this, it was used on the site visit, and I used it to navigate to positions in the presence of the reporters. So if I was wildly out, I think we would know from that the reporters be able to make their own judgment on the quality of my navigation and positioning.
come back to that in due course. If you turn to page 5, please, of the same annex to the objection.
Okay.
And you, in paragraph 22, set out your case in 5 sections. Are these to be regarded as the main bases upon which you reached the conclusion that the ES was not fit for purpose?
Yes, they are.
The first 2 relate to MVC mapping, which I've been discussing with you, and your allegation of serious mapping errors. The third relates to the role of rabbits in supporting Coul's biodiversity. You would have to accept that that is an issue that the applicant's witnesses have addressed in evidence before this inquiry and have shown that they do understand the significance of the role of rabbits, particularly in relation to lichens and maintaining bare sand patches.
At the time that this was supported, there was no information or very limited information on the role of rabbits. There is now more information available, which may well have been generated by comments by not Coul.
But that wasn't an issue that was identified, as I understand it, by either SNH or by Highland Council. They didn't call for further information on rabbits.
That's correct.
And we've already touched on net gain, and it comes down to the fact that you, as a matter of principle, don't accept that the measures proposed by way of mitigation have any significant benefit.
I felt that if there was a marginal net benefit, it was one which came with risk.
But that's a matter, Dr. Dargy, that 2 perfectly competent ecologists could have a different opinion on, just a different professional opinion, is it not?
That's correct, yes.
So that doesn't mean that an ES is not fit for purpose because you have a different professional opinion to the ecologists who prepared the ecological impact assessment.
It is important in this context because the sum total of all the biodiversity net gain components were being offered as an offset to the environmental impacts, negative environmental impacts of the development.
And then point 5, you're talking about methodological issues that might underpin a conclusion that you arrive at in terms of the assessment of likely significant effects.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I said in section 5 you're talking about methodological issues that might affect your conclusion on likely significant effect.
Yes, that's correct.
And because you have reach a different conclusion than the ecologists who prepared the ecological impact assessment, you say it's a matter that's not fit for purpose. This is a matter that renders the ES not fit for purpose.
When it's put in combination with the preceding four, on its own, I would not have made that charge.
And again, it's a matter that the Highland Council and SNH and indeed SEPA didn't agree with you about, because there was no methodological criticism in relation to receptors for which they had the two consultees had responsibility.
Yes, I accept that position.
With the one exception of sand dune habitat, but that's centred around when you took into account mitigation.
Yes.
So, against the background that those were the main issues that you were relying upon, shortly after this document had come to be submitted, Coul issued a number of statements, press media statements. So if you could go please to APP 1.27.
So before my learned friend goes down this road, I do wonder, with respect, how it may bear upon a recommendation either to grant or refuse planning permission, which you must make to Scottish ministers. Whatever the economy or the extravagance of statements made in the press by anyone, whether opposed to the development or supporting it, I dare say that that will not influence whatever recommendation you may decide in due course. And if I'm right about that, then it is in my submission questionable whether examination of utterances made in the ether to the press have actually got any relevance upon that outcome. I don't say, of course, that the question is legitimate in any way, but I do, with respect, question its relevance. It's a matter for you, sir.
Ms. Wilson, have you got a view on that?
Yes, I do have a view on that. I do have a view on that. So, firstly, I'm not surprised that my learned friend Mr. Campbell would prefer that I didn't go to them, but okay, well, I accept that then. But if there's not an objection, then I think it's for me to decide upon the line of questioning. If the point is one of relevancy, then the evidence can be heard under reservation of submissions that you might hear on relevancy. But it's my position that this document was lodged, has been before the inquiry, no objections have been taken to it, and it bears upon the issues that I've been discussing with Dr. Dargy so far in cross-examination.
Okay. Yes, I would accept that. We will also have in mind, though, the extent to which it is ultimately going to help us reach a conclusions based on the evidence in terms of the case. I understand why we're going there. I would just say, bear in mind the extent to which ultimately it may or may not help us reach reasoned evidence-based conclusions on the facts of the case.
I will do so. Could you turn please to APP 1.27? just as we're in this document, it's just convenient to look at this particular article, I think it is, by you of 19th August 2006, which is halfway in to the bundle. In bold and italics, there's a sentence: Dr. Tom Dargie is regarded as one of Scotland's most experienced dune and matcha scientists.
You'll have to help us find it. There's 73 pages in this document.
I'll provide it to Mr. Thompson, who will find it.
It's electronic page 29. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Got it, did you say? Good. Yeah, the first page, just to note what it is. Now, I think I'm correct in saying that this was the document authored by you. Did it appear in the paper? Or was it a letter to the editor of the Northern Times?
I can't be sure which particular letter this is. I sent a letter very similar to this text here to the editor of the Northern Times on Monday the 8th of August. It was not acknowledged. It was not published. Because I therefore had no word limit to meet to, I made some small alterations to it, and this was made available, I don't think this was on the Not Cool website. This was on, I think, something called a Coul Links website. Not the business, but one which is run by somebody else in the local area.
Who was that?
Ian Horsfield.
Field.
Yes. Horsfield. Horsfield.
This was dated 19th August 2016. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you're setting out in here what you say are key environmental issues to me. And in paragraph 36 of Annex 3 to your evidence, you tell us, paragraph 32, you tell us that you offered your services to Not Cool in August 2016. So is it right to infer that this was written at or around the time that you offered your services to Not Cool?
That probably is correct. I haven't got a diary to cross-check that. But at the time, I was looking at the Gulf footprint. This was the first iteration where there was a vast amount of the dunes would have been taken up by Gulf development, and it was particularly worrying.
We see at the bottom of the first page and on to the second page that you're talking about the need for coastal protection and the possibility of boulder sea walls. Is that right?
That's correct there, yes.
And you're warning that there's a number of things for the Highland Council and SNH and SEPA to consider, and the fact that there's a reputational issue for Dornoch. And then you liken the development and the developers to the Trump development at the end.
I'm sorry, but to interrupt again, The paragraph is expressly about the many development. It's not about the proposal in front of this inquiry.
Well, it says Trump has not delivered on his Aberdeenshire promises apart from a vanity project golf course and wine tastings at Many House. Are Dornoch and Embo really prepared to risk similar limited economic benefits for a scheme? So that is a comparison. So as at August 2016, Dr. Dargy, had you decided that you were in opposition to this proposed development?
Well, possibly not, because we're on the first iteration of a golf course design, and there would have been plenty of scope to reduce impacts or even move the golf course as part of the second process. We didn't get a really good idea of the likely size of the golf course until the second meeting in that year, which might have been October.
So at that point...
So at this point, I was not firmly within the not Coul camp. But I was annoyed that what I considered a responsible letter pointing out that we may well be splitting our community on this was simply ignored by the Northern Times.
You do tell us in paragraph 32 of your appendix 3 of your evidence that you offered your services to Not Coul in August 2016. It's on the same document?
Yes.
Sorry, it's in the annex 3.
But I don't know which date in August 2000.
The precise date in August isn't important. So are you saying that once you went to the second meeting, second public meeting at that point, having heard the developer's presentation, you resolved to oppose this application?
Yes.
Yes. And that was before the application was made and the environmental statement published?
That's correct, yes.
If you turn over a page, you should have, I think, something that you posted on Facebook. We don't have a date for this.
Is this the recognition?
No, this is within the production on the
Okay.
screen, part of APP 1.27. Do you have that? It begins, most of the holes at Coul will of course be built in dune sand, not over raised beach. Page 31.
Yes, I've got it here.
And then you say for some reason they are only saving the dune heath, so dune grassland and dune slack will be under bulldozed or dumped sand. So except now that that's incorrect, that dune slack is saved. And although there'll be an impact on dune heath, it's not intended to bury it.
No, I have it. I'm just... The point I'm making here is that the applicant is concentrating only upon dune heath, and that it will be dune grassland and dune slack which will be really sacrificed to development.
Do you accept that's wrong? Do you accept that that is wrong?
No, at that stage in time, on the basis of the knowledge that I had, I think that would be an accurate comment.
That's what you believed might happen. That was
Yes.
what you believed then might happen.
That's right.
Could you turn, please, to page 54 in that bundle?
I'm almost there.
Should be headed
Yes.
Coul Link's proposed golf development, a working audit of Annex B ecology.
I have that.
I think this is a direct reference to the Annex B document that we were looking at earlier.
I think so, yes.
And what use was made of this document?
I don't fully recall. It might have been placed on the Not Cool website, but I simply do not recall. I was producing a lot of documentation around that time.
And putting it on the Not Cool website.
Do you have a date for this?
I don't believe it's dated. Apart from the on the front page it says version 1, 19th October 2017.
Oh, 2017. This would be very... At the time I was chairman of Not Cool, and one of the first things that I did was to restructure the website to make it more accurate and to put more information on there about the development and its likely effects.
Could you turn to the very last page in this bundle, which again is another, I think, Facebook entry, I believe, not that I have any knowledge of these things. I believe it's page 73 of 73.
I have it, yes.
Now this is something that you put up referring to Mr. Haspel, and you say he's been in post for a couple of months, so we know it's about September 2017. as Mr. Haspel tells us in his evidence, that he commenced with the applicants November 2017. Do we see that you're saying there, I'm running for the site and I've prepared for this battle for almost 2 years?
Do you have the date of the second consultation meeting in 2017?
Not at my fingertips, no.
I think that the text here really refers to the context where Mr. Haspel was under the impression that I'd accepted an invitation to go and walk the site with him. And we then had a bit of a standoff because I don't recall having any agreement with him. And this continued for quite a while. And at one stage on my way to church on a Sunday, I was berated by Mr. Warnock outside Dornoch Cathedral and said, "Go and meet with Chris Haspel." On this particular issue, I saw no need to walk the course layout because I already had it. I could make up my own mind.
Well, I think the question I put to you was that this, if you accept that this is your post on Facebook, as at 2017 you were saying that you'd been preparing for battle for 2 years.
Sorry, you said that Mr. Haspel had started in November, so that would be 2 months after that. That would be January 2018 then, not September 2017. You've taken 2 months off instead of added them on.
Thank you, sir.
The reference here to 2 years would probably be the first notification in the newspaper that there was likely to be a development in the area.
That doesn't suggest that you approached this development proposal as an independent scientist with an open mind.
I knew the Coul area extremely well. In case of a golf course being imposed within the SSSI boundaries, I was aware, especially having worked on the Mini application, what the likely effects would be. There would be no way that you could put a golf course into there without major significant adverse effects.
So would it be fair to say then that you were opposed to the development in principle?
Yes, on those grounds, knowing the site and knowing what potential golf impact could occur.
You were opposed to it in principle?
Opposed to the principle. Developers should avoid SSSIs.
Even though you've previously been prepared to act for a developer who wasn't avoiding a triple SI?
My advice in working for the Trump organisation was to move the course outside.
Yes, but when that was rejected, you still carried on and appeared on their behalf at an inquiry in support of the proposal.
That's correct, but that's my professional duty. You have a duty to your client and you have a duty to the site in which you're working. And I felt at the time for the Mini development that if I worked on it and worked on mitigation, that I had as good a chance as any other well-qualified, experienced ecologist to actually minimise the impacts.
Could we go back, please, to your second objection, which is CD 3.12. Yes, thank you. Do you have that?
Yes, I have it.
So we've got the further objection, which was in May 2018. Is that correct?
Correct.
How much of this document did you prepare?
Any comments on planning, economic impact, were not mine. The remainder is probably mine.
Right. We see on the front page, I know it's under the heading of planning, but you've referred to this in your evidence, there is reference to the questions in Scottish Government regarding Ramsar sites and protection, which we know was an issue around the time of the Highland Council's decision.
That's correct.
And if you turn on, please, to page 3, hydrology, it's fair to say this is the point in the decision-making process when you began developing an argument on hydrology.
No, at this stage, I had to cover all aspects of hydrology. I'm the only person within the Coul team to have any really detailed information on that science.
And we see you use the same phrase again in relation to the hydrology chapter. Not Coul's scrutiny. Should we read in that regard, your scrutiny of the updated information on hydrology indicates to its experts that the chapter is seriously flawed and is regrettably unfit for purpose.
Yes. But the point about unfit for purpose was mainly being levelled at the inadequacy of the information on GWTE, which in turn goes back to the inadequacy of NVC data.
Well, it's obvious from this document that you linked the two of them, but you produced at this stage further information and also raised additional issues that you hadn't previously raised.
Yes.
And you raised for the first time the issue of contaminated land.
That's correct.
Were you aware that contaminated land was not a consequence of the development, but that there were procedures in place that could ensure that it was adequately dealt with?
At the time, I was not fully aware of those procedures. I made a thorough check of all the information on potential contaminated land, which is in the environmental statement, and I realized that there was an old landfill tip, most of it located under the green of the 14th hole, and on looking carefully at that area, I could see that it was having effects, especially nutrient effects, upon adjacent habitat downstream. And therefore, I decided to raise this with Highland Council as an issue which the applicant should have considered but had not.
When you go a bit further than that, in subparagraph 1 of section 5, you say, under reference to the contaminated ground, the applicant has not declared these, as though the applicant was deliberately concealing the fact that the baseline included contaminated land. Did you see that? It's in section 1.
Yes, that's correct. It had not been declared, but there were statements. There was information within the environmental statement that there was anecdotal information about past practices or waste tipping to the north of Embo. And this seemed to coincide. In other words, they had not made a detailed investigation of what might be there.
you accept that this is part of the baseline and this contamination is occurring irrespective of the development?
Yes, I do.
And that as a consequence of the development, it provides an opportunity to remove the contamination and address it, does it not?
Yes, I accept that.
And that's good for the dune link system here? At this location?
Yes, I would accept that.
So, although to date you've told us that you adhere to all the views you express in this objection, it would be fair, would it not, to advise the inquiry and the reporters that you no longer insist upon your objection based upon contamination?
Yes, I would accept that position because I know that a revised condition has been inserted under planning conditions by the Highland Council.
Could you turn over the page, please, to page 4 and section 4? And here you raise an issue that's also raised by Professor Angus in his evidence in the last of the consultation responses from SNH, and that concerns the use of particular threshold values related to nitrogen. And you argue strenuously, and you continue to argue in your evidence, that Environment Agency threshold values should be used instead of the UK tag values, which you cross-refer to at the bottom of page 4.
Yes.
Is this a matter that you've discussed with SEPA?
It was only, I'm not sure that you would describe it as being discussed by SEPA. When the information was sent to them, we received a letter from SEPA explaining their position regarding contaminated land and the way in which, within the Scottish planning system, SEPA operates. I was not fully familiar with it. Contaminated land.
So I think we're at cross purposes, Dr. Dargate. I've moved on from contaminated land, and on page 4 I was referring to paragraph 4 and the UK literature in relation to threshold values.
That's right, but there is a link here, but because the nitrogen values which we are dealing with relate to material, water flow coming out of those contaminated land, and I think later on within this report I actually present water samples containing nitrate values from the area, and they are the highest of all the samples that I collected.
Well, I had understood that that you had accepted that should the development proceed, then addressing the problem of contamination would be a benefit in terms of what was leaching into the sand dune system there. So it's not an ongoing problem. We can set that aside. It's not an ongoing issue related to the development, is it?
Just talking about the nitrate issue in that location, the long-term effects of the nitrogen levels coming out of that tip are locally quite considerable. There is, at the bottom of the long dune slope, a former dune slack, which has one tall willow tree within it and a considerable cover of meadowsweet. Formerly, that would have been a proper dune slack, an SD16 or a 17 together. If you simply revert to the UK tag values, it could be that the revised amounts and reduced amounts of nitrogen being put into that area might not be sufficient to transform the meadowsweet back to a better type of dune slack.
Well, I will come back to the tag values and what you recommend.
Shall we take our afternoon break at this point then, if we can just break for 10 minutes? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Ms Wilson, do you have an estimate of how much further, how much more cross-examination you're likely to have in terms of time?
I would think, sir, probably 2, maybe slightly more than that, 2.25 hours.
Okay, so we might, with a fair wind, aim to finish that then before we were to stop today. Although that would take us on quite a lot.
That would take us on to 6 o'clock, sir. I think for me that would be demanding.
Yes, yeah.
Forgive me interrupting. We have no issue with Dr. Dargy being placed in Purdo overnight, if that's helpful. And it doesn't help you with assessing the rest of the programme, but I have asked Dr. Westbrook, Mr. Westbrook, not to come tonight and to come up. He lives in there and then he'll come up in the morning.
Yeah, and in any event, we wouldn't be doing re-examination tonight, so it's inevitable, I think, that Dr. Dargy would be coming back tomorrow in any case.
The duration of that at the moment, there are a few things to ask about. I will be able to in the morning, I hope.
Okay, I'm concerned about our timetable and our ability to complete the rest of the inquiry this week, but we can come back to that. So let's just push on just now, Ms Wilson.
Thank you. You return in this second objection to mapping accuracies, and at page 31, if you return to that, please.
I have page 31.
And you are there referring to hall 14, and there's a number of photographs. And then at page 37, you refer to halls 13 and 17. See that?
Yes.
Say in paragraph 28, during fieldwork here, Not Coul has found what it considers to be a new wetland habitat for mainland Scotland. This is dominated by shoreweed. I think you then subsequently changed from that conclusion and accepted that it had been there before.
I've changed my view that it's a new wetland habitat. It was not at Coul in 1994 when I did my survey. It was... There is a species record for it at Coul, but it's not, I can't remember the date, and it probably doesn't have an accurate location.
In addition to the question of whether it was or wasn't a new habitat, at page 39 we've got two figures, figure 4. And the relevance of that is explained in paragraph 32. Comparative analysis of GWTDE to be destroyed beneath the Gulf footprint shows that most development mapping is approximate. This is particularly the case for hall 13 as a mosaic mix of dry dune grassland and wet dune slack. The ratio of mix is not given. And then you refer to Not Coul mapping. Then in the next paragraph, you say much of the difference is the result of a large block of GWTE, which is not recorded by Albury Ecology towards the southern end of hole 13. There are two smaller unrecorded areas in the north and south. The large block is indicated by an arrow in figure 4. Now, if you could turn to figure 4, please, which is 2 pages on. And if you could also have CD 140, which is the larger scale NVC mapping. Yeah, 1.40.
Zooming in. What? Need to zoom in just there. All right, okay, got it. I've only got a limited zoom capacity on the computer, so I do have an enlargement on the screen, but it's not as big as I would like in terms of reading the NVC code. Okay, so we've sorted the problem.
Now, I think these two figures on page 39 were prepared by you.
Yes.
And one of them, the top one, is said to be your mapping of GWTE around holes 13, 16 and 15, I believe.
Yes.
The bottom one is your representation of Albury Ecology's GWT DTE mapping.
That's correct.
And is this intended to show discrepancies between the two?
Yes, it is.
What we see on the right-hand side of your representation of the applicant's mapping is a large area of what's described as M27 Fen. Do you see that? Sort of
Yes.
bluey-grey,
Yes.
which essentially is running down just behind the Dune.
That's correct.
And then we see that there's another, if you like, inverted Y alongside the fairway on hole 13. It's grey sitting in pink.
That's correct, yes. Is that an SD17?
Sorry?
So it okay.
You see that?
Yes, I see it.
And that too is described as M27 Fen. But if we look at the mapping on the actual MVC survey, probably in order to orientate ourselves, if you can see hole 13, and you can just make out underneath SD15A that inverted Y.
Yes.
CD 1.40.
I'm not sure I think if I can hold 13, but I'm not sure I can see where that Y shape is.
I could just get Dr. Massey to point out.
Okay, thank you.
And we see that these areas are marked CD 17. Is that correct? Sorry. SD 17.
Are we still referring to the inverted Y?
The inverted Y, yes.
The inverted Y, I think, is SD15A.
And that's June slack we can see.
Yes.
And the bluish area just behind the foredune is SD17, SD17A and M27.
Yes.
So it would appear, Dr. Dargy, that you've incorrectly replicated, or you haven't replicated, you've incorrectly represented what is in fact arbor ecology mapping in that area.
Yes, I think I have done that. It shouldn't be an M27 there. It should be a GWTE, which would have indirect impacts. It should have been part of the pink.
I don't think it should have been part of the pink. The inverted Y should have been SD15A. Which is June slack.
Yes, June slack will be a GWTE. It's outside the Gulf footprint, so any impact there will be indirect. So GWTE in, it says in mosaic area.
Well, it's not a question of whether it's indirect impact or not. It's the fact that you have inaccurately mapped onto arbor ecology mapping. You've misrepresented what the actual mapping is when you compare it to CD 140.
Yes, there is an error at this position.
Put simply, both areas that you show on this map as M27 Fen GWDTE are either dune slack, are all different types of dune slack.
Yes, everything here will be classified as a dune slack.
And then within hole 15, do we see purple areas actually within the fairway,
Yes, I do.
which you denote as being SD15 GWDT? In fact, again, looking at CD 140, it's SD17 is how it's mapped.
Yes, I admit that.
So that's another mistake. then what you have is one large solid block of M27 fen running up the right-hand side past hole 15 and behind the ridge. You've actually merged SD17 and W1 and M27 and missed out the little islands that have been mapped in that blue area.
Yes, the islands are missing, but I think that the islands are SD17 mosaicing with M27. Oh, I may be wrong. One moment.
It's SD17 with some mosaics and W1.
The SD17 M27 is the right-hand side of the winter loch in that area. The left-hand side, I think, is SD17. The islands, which I've not marked, are SD9X, which is a dry grassland.
So, putting it to you for your comment, what this piece of work that you carried out for the purposes of your further objection identifies is that you have not yourself carried out an accurate comparison of your mapping with Arbor Ecology's mapping.
Yes, it's purely visual. There are no calculations involved here in terms of accuracy.
Well, it's not purely visual, it's a muddling up of habitat types. A merging of habitat types.
In most of these cases, the habitats involved all fall into the block that we're looking at, which is GWTE.
I would suggest not all, and you're just ignoring the fact that you can hardly come to this inquiry criticising Arbor Ecology for a failure to be accurate when the evidence that you use to demonstrate that is inaccurate based upon your own mapping.
There are some errors in one map.
That's one map that we've looked at in detail. I don't think you've produced in detail all your maps for the holes.
No. To do that, I would actually have to map everything within the Gulf footprint and beyond it. I have not got a mapping base, or at least I haven't had an opportunity recently, because I have got a mapping base and I've had it for about 5 or 6 months, but I haven't had the opportunity to go out and do my own NVC mapping. It takes a long time.
Well, you've told the inquiry that over the period that you've been opposing this development, you've had time to carry out thousands of quadrats.
Carrying out, I have not recorded thousands of quadrats. I've recorded thousands of points to develop an eco-hydrology model.
Your figure on page 39 also has a difference to it in that within hole 15 you carried out much more detailed mapping than you've carried out elsewhere. Is there a reason why you carried out that very detailed mapping within hole 15?
The level of detail is twofold. The areas which are marked in dark blue, which is recorded here simply as very mixed GWTE, but going, it will be in that position probably mostly SD17, and then you have lots of little yellow circles and those are individual juniper bushes, where the centre of each one was recorded and the diameter was recorded as well. And that gives me a pretty accurate count of the number of juniper which are in this location.
Can I just ask a clarification point about the mapping here? You recall we were on this site, on this hole during the site inspection, and my recollection, I could be wrong, is that there was some wooden fencing around the area where the juniper was, and we had a bit of a discussion about micrositing and the ability to microsite around it. Now, this map here on CD 3.12 doesn't show that fencing. When I look at the map with the NDC mapping on it, if you have a close look at this part of the fairway, there are some darker lines which seem to enclose an area across that fairway. Dr. Dargy, is your view that, or do you know whether those lines indicate the position of those fences, or is that some entirely different feature that I'm looking at?
It's largely a five-sided figure, irregular, and that's the fencing which was erected by the Scottish Wildlife Trust.
Okay, thank you.
I'm out of power. John? No power.
Could you turn on in the further objection, please, to page 48? And you deal here with what you criticise the further environmental information as being deficient because of the inadequate conceptual model of cool dune hydrology. Do you accept that when one looks at the SEPA consultation responses, that it's a hydrology model that SEPA expects, together with a hydrological assessment?
Yes.
And that is not what you produce in your conceptual eco-hydrological model?
At this stage, I did not have my own eco-hydrological model.
And on page 49, you then go on to make various comments about misrepresentation as to the nature of dune hydrology via use of a simplistic conceptual model.
Yes.
82. This is very much a moment in time during the consultation process, isn't it? There's further correspondence from SEPA specifically addressing this whole issue.
Yes, there was not correspondence between SEPA and myself, but between SEPA and the Highland Council.
And also the applicant.
Yes.
And that's as it should be. It shouldn't be correspondence with the third-party objector. It should be with the decision-maker and the applicant.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, the lodging of this further objection by you resulted in the Highland Council deciding to consult further with both SEPA and SNH, didn't they?
Yes.
And invited both consultees to review this further objection and give their comments.
Yes.
SNH decided that it didn't require to change anything that it had already stated in its final consultation response of 25th May 2017.
That's
Sorry,
correct.
2018.
Yes.
Could we look please at their final consultation response, which is SNH 5, 25th May 2018. Sorry, it's getting to that time of day where the numbers are blurring. It's actually 8, SNH 8.
I have that.
If you turn to section 3.1 at page 2. And in that response, SNH is addressing issues that may be associated with borehole water obstruction, specifically in relation to water quantity. You can see in the first sentence, in our view, this proposal is likely to have a significant effect on SPA teal and widgeon as a result of less water being in the dune slacks during winter months. Now, albeit that it's for a different receptor that's of concern to you, the issue that you're raising in respect of the irrigation water is drawdown of water table and reduction in water volumes. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's clear, isn't it, that SNH rely upon the CAR process to manage impacts associated with that drawdown and obstruction.
That's correct, via SEPA's responsibility.
Sorry?
Via SEPA's responsibility
Yes.
under CAR.
And over the page above bullet points is SNH's position, albeit in the context of the SPA, that they're satisfied that there's sufficient certainty to withdraw the objection. We consider that this offers us enough certainty to withdraw our holding objection to the planning application. That's the planning application for the irrigation water. Notwithstanding the need for SEPA to undertake further assessment for the purposes of this CAR application. So this bears out, and correspondence from SEPA bears out the same point, that Dr. Bowie is entirely correct that through the planning application processes, it is an iterative process getting to the final point of consent with both a planning permission and a CAR licence to regulate these operations. That's a fair way to summarise it and is the reality of the situation, isn't it?
Yes.
If you go on to 3.3 at page 5, again there's reference in 3.3G to the borehole water abstraction component, and the same position in relation to sand dune, wetland invertebrates and Baltic rush is adopted as set out in paragraph 3.1a, which we've just looked at. That's on page 5 of the letter.
Okay, I have to accept that as the S&H judgment.
And notwithstanding the submission of that further objection, S&H's position didn't change on that issue, although we do find for the first time in this letter, as I took up with Professor Angus, or S&H raises a similar issue that you raise regarding thresholds, the use of threshold values by UK tag. That's at the bottom of page 5.
Yes, I have that.
So if you could look at the basis upon which SEPA removed its objection, and that's a letter of 23rd March 2018, CD 2.22.
Is that 2 or 3.22?
Sorry, CD 2.22. On the second page, we see reference to the wastewater drainage application. And then if you go on onto the next page, there's reference in section 4 to disruption to groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems. And has already been brought out the distinctions maintained between those GWT DTEs out with a designated site compared to those within. But do you accept that in accordance with the UK tag guidance, it's necessary to assess the water quality outside of the designated sites?
Yes, you would.
Yes, you would. Thank you. And then over the page in section 5, water abstraction is specifically addressed, and we find reference to the CAR regulations. We can clearly see the way in which SEPA envisages handling those matters.
Yes, I understand that.
And it's on that basis that we see on the first page of the letter, under the heading Advice for the Planning Authority, this new information enables us to remove our objection to the above planning applications. And then there's reference to conditions and schedule of mitigation.
Yes, I recall all that.
Okay. Then if you turn on, please, to a letter of 13th June 2008, which is the next document, CD 2.23. That's a letter of 13th June, a response to the Planning Officer Gillian Webster at the Highland Council, following upon this postponement of the committee meeting that had been scheduled for 5th June 2018. But because of your further objection, that was delayed.
Can I just make the point that our objection was submitted timiously? It was not submitted late.
I'm not suggesting that, but it was very much submitted at the last minute, wasn't it, on 21st May with the deadline of 25th May?
It was submitted timiously.
But those were the dates, wasn't it? The
Yes.
cut-off period was the 25th of May. And SEPA thanking the Planning Committee for the invitation to attend. As expressed in our disclaimer in our previous responses, we are reliant on the accuracy and completeness of the information supplied to us, and when further information is brought to our attention, then we will take that into account. For the avoidance of doubt, our remit is to provide advice based on the information provided. It is not our responsibility to validate the submitted information. SEPA has now had the time to evaluate additional information as provided by Coul, and that's reference to your objection. The SNH whole-by-whole analysis of vegetation and translocation, which I believe is Professor Angus's whole-by-whole analysis, which was attached to your first objection. And the applicant's email of 4th June 2018 with attachments, and email of 10th June 2018 with attachments. So those were that was the letter from Stuart Burke Associates, and with Peter Cosgrove's letter appended. Yes. And do we see on the second page, second paragraph, we've considered the Coul report, the applicant's responses, the SNH whole-by-whole analysis, our previous reviews of the ES alongside the ES itself and its updated information. Through this, we can confirm that in terms of wetlands within our remit, we maintain our previous planning position, which is no objection to these planning applications, provided that planning conditions relating to wastewater drainage and the schedule of mitigation are applied. Further technical comments on the matters raised in the Coul report and a query raised by the members of the Planning Committee on 5th June can be found in Appendix 1. So then the technical comments are set out in quite a bit of detail in Appendix 1, without going through them, just noting the subjects that were covered. Section 1, habitat extents were covered. Section 2, conceptual model of groundwater was covered. Section 3, the use of borehole abstraction for irrigation was considered by SEPA. Section 4, contaminated land was considered by SEPA. And then Section 5 is specific to a request by members for advice on 5th June in relation to sensitive receptors. So, notwithstanding your further objection, SEPA was not persuaded that it had substance to it in relation to these topics.
SEPA was unable to either check Albert Ecology's work or the work of Coul in the field. And it drew its conclusion on the basis of simply the information that it had to hand.
Well, that's in relation to the habitat extents, which is the first point. But it wasn't quite as simple as that. If you look at paragraph 1.5 in Appendix 1, it's said there by SEPA, we agree with SNH's assessment of this in their whole-by-whole analysis and note their conclusions. However, in terms of our remit, which is much narrower in relation to natural heritage than SNH's, the magnitude of this difference is small and relates mostly to the proportion between different dune habitats around proposed holes within the SSSI. The magnitude of change that is noted outside the SSSI does not result in a changed understanding of those areas that are water dependent, and thus does not result in material changes to the scale of impact of the proposed development outside the SSSI. We therefore maintain our position on the impact of the proposed development. So they thought it through, and they gave a reasoned response as to why they didn't accept your contentions and your further objection.
Yes, I accept the route which SEPA took.
And in section 2 on the conceptual model of groundwater, which is an issue still raised by you before the reporters, we see it said in 2.1, Annex 4, sections 18 and 82 of the Coul report raises concerns about the applicant's conceptual model of groundwater. We consider that these concerns arise from a misunderstanding of the background to this model. The conceptual model presented by the applicant was requested by us to inform our knowledge of the hydrogeology of the site, specifically in reference to the proposed groundwater abstraction for borehole 1 and borehole 2. As such, this conceptual model uses the monitoring data available from 4 installed boreholes and pertains to the south of the development area. So the second sentence in that is saying that, in SEPA's opinion, what you express in your further objection as concerns arise from your misunderstanding of the background to the model.
A conceptual model of groundwater and hydrogeology is also required as part of the SEPA LUPS 31 guidance on dealing with impacts upon GWTE. And I'm fairly sure that the conceptual model which will be used for the abstraction will be the same one which will be used for GWTE.
Well, that may be so, and as we've already discussed, this is an ongoing process, and as the reporters have already heard, there's still an outstanding licence application.
It's an outstanding, no, the licence I thought was decided, and I would accept. Is it decided?
There are 2 separate licences required. One has been decided and one has not. It's pending. And whilst all of these issues stem from your criticisms of the environmental statement, do we see at paragraph 2.4, for the avoidance of doubt, the applicant's response refers to an expert peer review by SEPA of hydrological study. We have not carried out a peer review but have evaluated the ES and supporting assessments as per normal planning process.
Yes, I understand that. There were claims from the applicant that SEPA had undertaken a peer review of the work, and this is a clear statement that they did not.
Yeah, but there's no suggestion that they felt they had to do anything more than evaluate the ES and the supporting assessment.
Yes, that was the SEPA approach.
And didn't find it wanting.
Can you repeat?
And didn't find it wanting.
Clearly, yes.
Notwithstanding your further representations and the subsequent decision of the Highland Council to grant planning permission, or that they were minded to grant planning permission subject to notification, following upon the call-in, this was an issue that you wanted to return to and reopen SEPA's advice on through this inquiry process, wasn't it?
Yes, I would say that that's a correct view of my position, but my position is based upon new information via the my inquiry report and the amount of work which I've done upon eco-hydrological modelling.
Well, it couldn't have been based upon you information on your inquiry report, because this request was made very shortly after the decision to call in the application, wasn't it, at the pre-examination meeting?
Yes, it was, because one of the issues which SEPA had basically rejected was the idea that there might be a domed water table in the north of Coul. I felt that the lack of attention by SEPA in terms of investigating this justified an approach to try and get a call in.
Could you look please at NC 108? This was a letter from SEPA to the case officer at the DPA, or Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, when the reporters asked SEPA to comment on your request for them to be involved. And they set out here in 6 different points what their position is vis-à-vis the issues you raised in that request, to invite the reporters to attend the public inquiry and explain the basis for not for not objecting.
Yes, I understand the letter.
Have you read this letter?
Yes, of course.
It's fair to say when you read through it that they have obviously put some thought into it and set out in some detail why it is they consider they've nothing further to add at that point in time.
Yes.
As I put to you earlier in your cross-examination, Dr. Dargy, is this not just another example of your refusal to accept that others do not agree with your opinion?
I've seen no evidence within the responses of SEPA to suggest that they have carefully studied and checked in the field the points which I have raised.
So unless you receive the detailed evidence that you expect to receive, then you refuse to accept a different professional opinion?
We're dealing with fundamental field conditions which have been unverified by the 2 statutory agencies, SEPA and SNH. If their experts came and on the basis of that evidence said that I was the person at fault, at that stage I would accept it. But so far I have not seen this important stage of field checking completed.
Well, SNH, through the auspices of Professor Angus, has been out on site and has carried out a checking of the MVC information. And you would accept that, like you, he's got many years of experience with coastal dune habitats.
Yes, of course. He was only looking at the NVC types under the Gulf footprint. He has not looked at the whole site.
Well, could that not logically be inferred to be due to the fact he considered that was the most important areas for him to look at because they would be directly impacted upon?
Yes, of course.
So it's a proportionate approach.
Yes?
And as we know from EIA guidance, taking a proportionate approach is recommended in terms of SIEM's guidance.
Yes, I accept your point.
And if we take that guidance that's specific to ecological impact assessment, together with the same professional body's guidance as to the obligations upon its professional ecologists to act in a proportionate manner, it could be said that your position is disproportionate and unreasonable.
It can't be changed unless I find evidence which shows that I'm incorrect.
It's not about satisfying you, Dr. Dargy. It's about satisfying the reporters and the decision makers, isn't it?
That will be the outcome of this process.
I don't think it's necessary to turn it up unless you've still got it on your screen. Just following up the last point you made about not being satisfied that either SNH or SEPA had verified information that had been submitted. In paragraph 3 of the letter of 29th October 2018 from SEPA to the reporters, they say in the last sentence, we have peer-reviewed and evaluated the groundwater model and are content with it from a planning perspective. So that's the checking that SEPA carried out to satisfy themselves. And they consider it's in the nature of peer review.
Can I point out that the conceptual model has been changed in the last stage of the car application?
Well, that was after you wrote to the reporters seeking to have SEPA called as witnesses to the inquiry, wasn't it?
Yes, it has, but it's a substantive change to the model.
Well, that may be, but what we're dealing with here is whether or not SEPA had a basis for saying they did not want to come to the public inquiry because they didn't think they had anything to add.
Well, it's clear that SEPA didn't want to come to the public inquiry, but we now have the position that what they were satisfied with earlier has been changed substantively.
As I'm advised, those changes were made in consultation with SEPA. It wasn't simply done by the applicants by themselves, as is the norm. Once in a licensing process or consenting process, it's normal to consult with the decision maker whether proposed changes, isn't it? Or maybe you don't know that, Dr. Darby.
Well, now we have 3 questions in one there. With respect, I know that wasn't deliberate, but there's 3 issues you've dealt with in the question. So could I ask with respect that you separate them out?
Do you know whether or not it's normal process?
No, I don't. I haven't been involved in the car process myself.
You haven't been involved? So as that comes to the end of the chapter, I know it's coming up to 20 past 4, but could I offer by way of compensation for a slightly earlier finish that we might start at 9 tomorrow morning?
Yeah, does that suit the other parties? A 9 o'clock start tomorrow morning?
The witness is fine.
Well, let's do that then. We will proceed with to hear the end of Dr. Dargie's evidence tomorrow. We are due to hear from then Mr. Good and Mr. Westbrook, and then Ms. Duig. We'll just need to take a view on how likely it is that we would hear all those witnesses tomorrow. Our thoughts, perhaps, Mr. Campbell, is that Ms. Duig might instead you may end up hearing her evidence on Friday instead. Would that be a change you could
I'm
make?
advised that that would be fine, so I think she's here, so she might be able to respond to that. Yes. I think she's signifying that that's correct. So we have 4 witnesses, 2 days with conditions. Mr. Mackay as well. I believe that's doable.
Yes, we think it still is achievable with goodwill on all sides. Since it is World Happiness Day today, so we should. Okay, so if we start again at 9 AM tomorrow. Thank you very much.